Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum
How's
assalam.
everyone?
Alaikum assalam.
Fine, alhamdulillah.
Everybody's looking good.
Yeah.
Looking
You too,
good.
brother.
Those of us that lose weight, you can see that we lost a little weight. Your face get a little slimmer. You look a little more youthful.
Yes.
Alhamdulillah. I'm speaking about you. You know it too. You saw yourself in the mirror probably this morning, huh? You look great. You're looking healthy. Your skin is glowing. Alhamdulillah.
You do too, brother, now.
Yeah, I try. I think the hot shower did it for me, but I could lose a few pounds. Alhamdulillah. Yep. Well, we're going to get started in a couple minutes. About 2 minutes. Yeah. And we'll get prompted as soon as we get everything together. So far, everyone's fast. You've been enjoying the fast?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Very much.
Yeah, this year, I think, I don't know what it is. Not the food and water, because I learned that the less I eat, but if I skip breakfast, I got to put something in my mouth, a little bread or a date or a piece of fruit. And then I won't be hungry all day. But if I skip any food, then I'm hungry all day. So the thing with me is the lack of sleep, getting out of bed. I can get out of bed, but the lack of sleep, I find myself nodding if I don't stay busy.
Mm-hmm.
Alhamdulillah. Yeah. So of course I'm behind in my reading. Yeah.
So, Imam Elam, we have about 1 minute when you are ready to open us up, inshallah.
Assalamu alaikum and Ramadan Mubarak, everyone.
Ramadan Mubarak.
Wow.
Imam Elam.
Al-Fatiha. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Ar-Rahmanir-Rahim. Maliki Yawmiddin. Iyaka na'budu wa iyaka nasta'in. Ihdina siratal mustaqim. Siratal alayhim waladdallin. Ameen.
Ameen.
Okay. Yes. Ramadan Mubarak. Ramadan blessings to everyone. This is the Mosque Cares first Sunday. It is May. Yeah, Mosque Cares May first Sunday. Today is May 1st, and I'd like to greet everyone. I'm the Imam or the leader of the Mosque Cares Ministry of Imam W.D. Muhammad. And I'd like to greet everyone with our greetings of peace. peace and blessings from God, Lord and Creator, and a happy and blessed Ramadan. You know, I'm really pleased at the information that's becoming common information for those that have curiosity about our religion. It's ready and available. Whereas, you know, just when I was a boy, there was our leadership had trouble even finding good information, good translations of our Holy Quran. I heard that during the time of my grandfather teaching from the Quran, that those Qurans often weren't available. And now you can just practically Google almost anything. Surahs from the Quran, get a really detailed English translation, which is really good. During Ramadan, I believe, what was that they explained? I looked it up on Wikipedia. It was the Night of Power, Laylatul Qadr, yeah, on Wikipedia, and they gave a really great detailed explanation. And I was watching the History Channel yesterday, and yeah, that was last night, the History Channel, and they were giving an explanation of Islam in America, and some photos were shown that many of us are familiar with, especially those of us that have been fortunate enough to visit the museum that Brother Amir Muhammad is the curator there of Islamic history in America in Washington, D.C. And it really made me feel good, the information that was being freely given about the history of Islam with slaves that were brought over here, which is our history, you know. And I don't know if you all saw that commercial on the History Channel. Yeah, it's really something. So if you get the opportunity, I believe it will bring some enjoyment for any of us African Americans that see it. And I didn't see none of us there. So, but that's a powerful sign that in the future you may see some of us, because we know the work and the ground that was laid by many pioneers, what we call pioneers that came through the first experience, and continued to support the leadership. You know, due to their loyalty that they had during the first experiment, they supported Imam W.D. Muhammad, and he pioneered many firsts for Muslims in America, and he's more responsible for us seeing the practice of Islam, the correct practice of the religion, and the correct view of what a Muslim is. So he can be considered as the most significant pioneer, by my opinion, you know, most significant pioneer of Islam in America, Imam Wadathuddin Muhammad, you know, the founder of the Mosque Cares. Yeah, yes. Okay. So everybody, and Eid Mubarak to those that are celebrating the Eid and on the other side of the planet in many of the Muslim countries. I believe all of them are celebrating Eid today. What you think? Yeah, no, or yeah, I saw somebody say Eid Mubarak. So if the moon is sighted, we may be celebrating tomorrow, because we started. If the moon is sighted tonight, so that's okay to say early Eid, I guess. We're real excited about it, and congratulations again for those of you who have had a successful fast and enjoying the mercy and blessings of Allah that come along with the fast, this Ramadan sacrifice that we observe. Okay, so I'm gonna turn it back over to Adil, and we can. Do you want to?
We'll
go right into the help? Oh yeah, Dr. Ramadan, he's here. Your mic. If you open your mic, you can greet the audience, and we can start with the Muslim Health Consortium.
Assalamu alaikum. Ramadan Mubarak.
Ramadan Mubarak.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I'd like to thank the Mosque Cares and Imam Wadathuddin Muhammad II for, as always, this opportunity for the Muslim Health Consortium to share the information that we have on health concerns and how it impacts our community and the world at this time. Also, I would like to thank my team, the Health Consortium, for covering for me at this spot 1 month ago. I was under the weather at that time. It was non-COVID related, and actually it was perhaps contributed to by myself. I ate a leftover Subway sandwich, and I got acute gastritis, and it turned out to be fairly severe. I couldn't eat or drink for 4 days, lost a lot of weight, got dehydrated, just about to go to the hospital for IVs, but alhamdulillah, managed to avoid that with the care from my wife, and we recovered fully, alhamdulillah. So with that out of the way, we would like to also say that we inshallah, that everyone is enjoying the beautiful benefits of the Ramadan fast. And I trust that you are feeling as invigorated, as light, as spiritually elevated, and disciplined, and just ready to go. So alhamdulillah. I'd like to bring us up to date with what's happening with the big health challenge that we've been facing for the last over 2 years now, and that's COVID. Contrary to what you might feel or hope, it has not gone away. It's still on the scene. Where we are is at a wonderful transitional pause. We're sort of waiting at this moment. It's almost like a chance to get our breath, and you know, and but we have to remain on guard. It's not gone away. We have good signs that the case
volume is down, Dr. McHale. Ramadan, the volume is down.
Oh, you can hardly hear me. Okay, thank you.
That Imam Ramadan, that may be his volume because we hear you.
I hear you well. I hear you perfect.
Yep, same here.
Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, just
Perfect.
fine.
Perfect.
Very good. Okay.
Very well.
Yeah, we hear you very well.
Very good. Thank you. All right. As I was saying, that we're at a pause in what's happening, and this is a great blessing to us. What is happening now is that the case numbers, the hospitalizations are coming down. We're only at 40,000 per day, which may seem like a lot, but it's not. The death rate is down to 300 per day, which still may seem like a lot, but compared to what it was before, this is way down. So this is good, but there is a troubling uptick in the cases that's occurring. Even though the cases are coming down, at the same time, they're not coming down at the same rate. There's an uptick in the number of cases. And that's going on. And we've seen the same thing in a number of other countries at this time. Previously, we would have been concerned about a surge. And surges have been sort of disastrous with us. In this country, we have had 5 surges in the past with COVID, but the information and the evidence doesn't look like we're heading towards surge now. And the reason for this is we're at a different space now. We are, many of us have an experience with COVID, okay, either natural immunity or the vaccinations. And actually 60% of the Americans at this time have been infected by the virus. And among the children, 75% of the children ages 11 and over have been affected by the virus. So that means we have a lot of immunity, a lot of antibodies that are working for us. So this may mitigate against a surge, but that sneaky virus, Omicron BA.2, is very infectious, 30% to 50% more infectious than the previous variant, and is still spreading. We see even in the White House, our Vice President, Kamala Harris, even though she was vaccinated and doubly boosted, she caught the COVID. And had they not been doing regularly rapid tests, they wouldn't have known it because she was asymptomatic. That's a story that could happen with any of us. And alhamdulillah, she's doing fine, has no symptoms, but they did start her on the new antiviral medicine, Paxlovid, just because they caught it early enough, and she was one that could benefit from it. And so that is a small sort of metaphor for us now. We can still catch it even though we're vaccinated, or a lot of natural immunity is out there. It can still be caught, but our population has been protected to the extent that hospitalizations and deaths are not occurring that much now. So the important thing for us is to continue. If you haven't got your vaccination, still get it. If you haven't got your boosters, still get them. That's especially for people over 50 and those like myself over 70. Be sure to get your second booster. These are the individuals who are most at risk and whose immunity goes down the fastest. Okay, so even if we had previous experience, our immunity goes down, which means our vulnerability goes up. So it's important that we cover ourselves, protect ourselves, and we do that now by this. We can see that the government's position on vaccines and all is no longer toward stopping the spread. It's out there, and we can almost, it's hard to stop the spread now, but still wear your mask in risky areas. But it's on the vaccines, it's on boosters, and it's on the treatment, like that which Vice President Kamala Harris got. Those treatments are available. We have some good treatments that have caught up with where we are now. So this is sort of an overall view of where things are. Just one final point is that our experience with the vaccines and all said a lot about us in terms of our country and Western countries and fairness. We are receiving vaccines and double boosters. And Western developed countries, about 71% of the people have gotten the vaccines. In undeveloped, struggling countries, only about 15%. And that doesn't speak well for us in general. So we have to do better. And believe me, we are not safe unless we are all safe. So just hoarding the treatments for ourselves to make sure that we're covered as long as others are not, problems and variants can develop among them and spread to us. So it's just a delusion or an illusion of safety. So with that, I will stop there and turn it over to the hands of my colleagues who will take it further. I see Sister Coral is present. Would like to hand it to you, Sister Coral. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. And welcome back, Dr. Ramadan. We're so thankful that you're feeling better. We missed you. And such a wonderful job with bringing all of us, not just the audience, but bringing the team up to date with little nuances of what's going on with the current public health emergency. To the mosqueers, to Imam Warthaddin Muhammad II, Ramadan Mubarak, and we probably won't see you during Eid, so we're going to give you that early Eid Mubarak, and all of the Mosque Cares members, and to the Muslim Health Consortium team. I wish you a blessed end of your Ramadan and blessed Eid Mubarak. We've been praying for all of you for the whole month of Ramadan, for you, Imam Warthaddin Muhammad II, and for the Mosque Cares, the Lifeline family, Imam Elam and Imam Rasul. We've been praying for our community and for the Muslims, of course, for the crisis in Ukraine, but we've been praying for the crises that are in our neighborhoods, and for the Palestinians, and for the people of Yemen and Nigeria, wherever there's crisis. This Ramadan, wonderful blessing for opening up our hearts and minds to those who are struggling with challenges, and of course to our own family members who are having difficulties. We've been praying, and we're looking forward to the blessings coming, because we know Allah answers prayers. I can witness to you that Allah answers prayers. I'm not going to be on long. I'm actually traveling right now, so I'm thankful that I was able to take a pause to come on, because I did want to emphasize what Dr. Ramadan already said, and that is that we are still in the challenge, and the numbers are hard to track because the home COVID tests, many people who are doing first of all, the home COVID tests, they're easy, but they can be done improperly if you don't understand the instructions. So I can see opportunities for false negatives. Having done one myself, my son had COVID, and we had to retest him and so on. And so we did some of the home COVID tests. The other thing is people are not reporting positives. When you get a positive result at home, a lot of people may be doing the right thing, hopefully in terms of isolation and so on, but they're not necessarily calling their physician or calling the public health department to say, hey, I had a positive test. And just remember, as Dr. Ramadan said, especially if you're in that high risk, for any of the high risk factors, being overweight, sleep apnea, diabetes, hypertension. If you have a positive home test, or if you have a positive test, not a home test, speak to your healthcare provider. Early treatment is really the key to managing early. Of course, continue your vitamin C and vitamin D and zinc, and making sure that you're getting enough sleep so that melatonin can cycle properly. Sleeping at night is really important. Ramadan kind of throws us off a little bit because we're up for the suhoor and early prayers, and we're up late because of the Taraweeh prayer. But it is good to get back into the rhythm of sleeping when it's dark, because that helps the melatonin hormone to support our immune system. And I wanted to just talk very briefly about those high risk factors. Dr. Ramadan mentioned that vaccination is still available. I want to just say that we are seeing that the vaccines are not as effective in preventing infection and illness in the elderly over 75. It's still better to be vaccinated in that group than to not be vaccinated. But the effectiveness is waned, even among people who are fully vaccinated. Less so if you're over 75, less so if you have been boosted. So get your booster. I just wanted to share some thoughts on how to improve your immune system, especially because in the elderly, the vaccine is for Omicron and these variants is slightly less effective. One of the things that I wanted to encourage people to do is to do tapping on the thymus, which has a lot to do with creating the cells, the T cells that support your immune system. You know, there's research out there that may support it, may not support it, but it feels really good to do. It can't hurt. It can't hurt. So if you tap on that, the area where the thymus is, as we age, that gland gets smaller and it becomes, I believe more lipid, more fatty tissue. I'm not sure about that, but it's less effective. So wake it up, tap on that area, keep it awake. And then the other thing that I want to talk about that is super, super critical for healing and for support, not just supporting the immune system, but healing the metabolic syndrome that leads to obesity and diabetes and hypertension. It is stress. The cortisol hormone is out of whack in many poor and minority people. So anybody that is in a stressful situation, whether it's from financial stress, family stress, the stress of being a pollution, the stress of racism. There's a lot of research coming out now that documents that being a member of a group that is discriminated against, that contributes to an enormous amount of stress in and of itself, aside from the fact that we may not have as much access to health care and so on. Just the stress of managing the idea that I'm in this other group can contribute to stress. A lot of information supports the idea that managing stress can heal us, can help us to manage a lot of illness. We know as Muslims that the spiritual stress, the spiritual burdens that we carry are the greatest burdens. Imam Kenneth Abdul Salam here in Philadelphia said that when he transitioned from the Nation of Islam, the thing that helped him the most was Imam Warthi Muhammad, may Allah be pleased with him, telling us to focus on our human excellence and pointing us to the Quran. So that spiritual strength that we have can free us from the burdens of racism, can help us to understand that we are here for a purpose. The freedom that we fought for as African Americans has now given us the opportunity to have our religious freedom. And that religious freedom helps to resolve, why am I here? We see so many people of all races. There's a suicide problem. There's a drug problem. There's a problem with alcoholism. because the spiritual problem is not solved, and Islam can solve that. Why am I here? We are here to serve God, but in our faith, we know that we're taught that God doesn't need anything from us. One of the brilliant things that Imam Warithuddin Muhammad illuminated for us was the best understanding that I've ever heard of understanding worshiping God. And he taught us that to worship God, we know that God doesn't need us. He didn't create us for worshiping him as if he needs us to serve him. To worship him is to accept that the creator, his design for us, will give us the best opportunity to reach our best potential. So the worship that we observe as Muslims is to accept that the one who designed us, who designed the manual, who created us and then gave us a manual through revealed knowledge, has the best plan. We trust that, and we trust that the creator, his design is going to bring us to the ultimate happiness. And I know that personally as a Muslim, when I came into the Muslim community as a young person, I thought I was leaving all the fun behind. I came in at 12 and I thought I was just getting ready to have fun. And honestly, I can't say that I was excited about accepting Islam. I read the Quran and I believed that it was true. And I thought it was a death sentence for having fun and having friends. But I just said, well, I'm just going to be dead for the rest of my life, but I can't ignore that this Quran is true. I didn't even know how much fun was out there. I was judging fun by what I had been exposed to, the friends that I developed, meeting all of you, the elders, the beautiful people. I think about Minister Levi, who was the brother who owned the Steak and Take in New York, Brother Munir. I tell you, his wife was so beautiful, and so many of the Muslim women. But anyway, just want to say that managing stress starts with our spiritual life and healing our relationships. None of us are perfect. As much as I would like to think that I've been the perfect wife and the perfect mother and the perfect neighbor, people, even though you might have perfect intentions, people may perceive your behavior differently. So we can accept the criticism of our spouses and our children and try to improve our relationships. There's research that supports that loving relationships is actually more correlated with longevity of life, with living a long life, than diet and exercise, the power of loving relationships. So it's important to cultivate those relationships and strengthen them and accept that they, sometimes we have to say, I'm sorry, I didn't realize I was doing that. But if I did something, I'm really sorry. Will you please forgive me? And give it some time. But that healing is really important. Volunteering to help young people is correlated with longevity of life also. And the last thing I want to share is a technique for managing stress. It's a breathing technique. I talked about breathing a little bit last time that we were together. And so today I wanted to share a breathing technique before I let you hear from Sister Saisa. Unfortunately, I won't be on for the questions today, but I see that our Sister Saisa is on and Dr. Ramadan will be available. I think the easiest breathing technique that we can try to learn, some of you may already know it and may be using it. I know that the police use this technique. It's called 4x4 breathing, and it's very accessible. 4x4 breathing, when you think of 4x4, you think of a box. You think of 4x4. It's actually, some people call it 4x4x4x4. Breathe first into your belly and then let the air enter your chest. That's for all breathing. That's the best way to breathe. So if you put your hand on your abdomen, let the air make your belly big and then let it come into your chest. And then to exhale, let it out your chest and then flatten your belly, push it out of your belly. That's so that the diaphragm can lower and it lets more air into the base of your lungs, into the bottom of your lungs. So when you do this 4x4 breathing, you can close your eyes. Some people think it's more effective when you close your eyes or leave it open. But the technique is to inhale to the count of 4. No, everyone's lung size is different. So you can use this as a starting place. I count to 5 because I like 5. I think about the 5 pillars of our faith, but I'll teach it to you the way they officially teach it. Is to breathe in for the count of 4. And then some people say hold your breath, but be careful about that because when you're holding your breath, you can be elevating your blood pressure. It's not so much holding your breath. It is not to exhale, not to inhale, just to keep your breath elevated. Don't close off your glottis, close off your chest. So you breathe in to the count of 4. You'll keep your breath elevated. Some people say hold your breath. If you look it up, if you Google it, they might say hold your breath, but try to avoid like, don't do that. Just keep your breath elevated, paused. Then exhale to the count of 4 and keep the breath lowered. You're not going to breathe in or out when you exhale. Just keep it lowered. Don't hold your breath, just keep it lowered. So it's inhale to the count of 4, hold it, paused, elevated, exhale to the count of 4, and at that exhale, keep it lowered and elevated. So I'm going to do it one time, and hopefully you all can practice this at home, okay? And you can do it with me right now if you'd like it. At home, if you all want to practice it, let's do it together, okay? I'm going to inhale to the count of 4. I'm holding it and exhale. And I'm holding it to the base. Inhale, hold it, exhale, and hold it, or maintain that exhalation. Exhaling is really important because you empty the carbon dioxide so that you can make space for more oxygen. So if your lungs are just filled with a lot of carbon dioxide because you're shallow breathing, which is what we do when we're stressed out, we don't breathe deeply. But inhale to let the oxygen in, hold it, elevate it so that the alveoli, the lung cells can expand. Exhale to let that carbon dioxide out and keep that lowered so that you can really give that carbon dioxide a chance to release. And a lot of professionals use 4x4x4 breathing. Some police, as I said, use it to help them to calm themselves when they're in stressful situations. And it can help you to get to bed, to rest at night. So it's something that I have used and I really recommend it. I do 5x5 breathing, but whatever your lung capacity is, you can use the number that works for you. And thank you so much for allowing us to share with you. We pray for everyone to be blessed and have an abundance of blessings for the Eid. And we know that Allah is answering our prayers. He's answering them right now. Allah answers prayers. And we look forward to enjoying the blessings of Ramadan. So thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam.
Saisa, are you there? Do you want to share something with the group?
Assalamu alaikum. Just sending my salams to everyone and thanking Dr. Ramadan and thanking you, Sister Coral, for the information you've given. I don't really have anything specifically to share except Ramadan Mubarak, and I'm glad that we have this opportunity to come together with our brothers and sisters.
Alhamdulillah.
In closing, one more thing is that I am so disappointed that I'm leaving because I would love to have heard Brother Luzan, Imam Luzan's presentation. Oh my goodness, I really, that's the plant doctor, and hopefully I will invite him.
Spring too. We're going to record it for you.
Wonderful, wonderful,
Inshallah.
wonderful. So I look forward to Imam Luzan's talk, and I give him the greetings. And inshallah, maybe I interviewed him before. Hopefully, maybe I can interview him again, but I'll check out the recording. So thank you all so much, and Ramadan and Eid Mubarak. And I look forward to seeing you all again next first Sunday.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam.
Or if you had time for questions, we can take a few questions or comments.
Yes, we do.
Okay, thank you. So, all right, believers, thank you all for joining us. We have a YouTube audience and we have you on the Zoom audience. So if you have a question or a comment for the Dr. Ramadan and the Muslim Health Consortium, this is the time to raise your hand, unmute your mic, and we'll have you ask your question. Those of you who are on the YouTube side, please enter your question or comment in the chat, and we'll share it with Dr. Ramadan and the Muslim Health Consortium. We'll start off first with Sister Muhassin Abdul Salam.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam.
Alhamdulillah. It's so good to see you. You look so healthy. You really look like whatever that little setback was, it did you good. I feel like it propelled you forward. I want to give the greetings to everyone, and especially the President, Imam Warth Muhammad II. Alhamdulillah, and we're so grateful for the opportunity to be at the Mosque Cares first Sunday. It is a life-giving experience. I simply want to make a comment to commend you for your courageous work yourself and the team that worked with you in walking through this horrendous experience for us. But I loved what Sister Coral said about how we've been prepared to endure this. And we didn't know much of the time because the fear-mongering was so great that we were as prepared as we were to endure if that was our lot. And now that we've completed the Ramadan, alhamdulillah, truly it is an experience of being born again.
That's right.
Alhamdulillah. And I'm saying that because I'm actually physically feeling that. You know, it may be sort of like on a spiritual level, but I know everyone I've talked to today, we're checking in with each other. We finished the Quran, the last 30th, and it was like Allah pushing us out the door to life again. Yes. For the next year. We're fortified, praise be to Allah. And we are going to, as Sister Kadira Leila Yamini wrote in her book, The Big Book of Glowing with Ramadan, all year long. Inshallah, we've been prepared to do that.
That's right.
I understand there's a hadith, and then I'm done. There's a hadith that shares, we spend 6 months greeting Ramadan and 6 months exiting Ramadan. So inshallah, if there's any more insight on that I'm missing, please share it. Ramadan is a year-long experience that culminates in that month. So I'm going to stop right there. I'm sure there are others who want to speak, but we love you. We love the effort, love the learning. We've been forced to use our intellect, the most precious tool that Allah gave the human being. And we ask Allah to continue to sustain us and maintain us as his servants, inshallah. Assalamu alaikum.
I just want to add something to what Sister Muhassin said. My family, we were supposed to be going out, but they're in a holding pattern, so I'm here for a minute. I just want to add to what Sister Muhassin said. The courage, I want to especially focus on the whole health consortium team, I want to say that they have spent so much time researching, and people think that there's some kind of monetary reward. Sister Maddie told me that people think that the health team was getting paid. And I said, no, not only was the team members not getting paid, we're trying to do research and be out front with sharing information and trying to chew on information and figure stuff out while they were sick, while their own family, while we were sick, I should say, while our own family members were sick. So it's a beautiful dedication. And I really want to say Dr. Ramadan displayed so much moral courage, especially being a young person that grew up as a child or a teenager in the nation where there were recommendations at that time not to get vaccinated. So for Dr. Ramadan really to step out front and to say, let's just look at the data, to climb through all of the misinformation, disinformation, the cultural issues that we have that are justifiable, and to get out front and to be writing in the Muslim Journal diligently every week. At one point, he was pushing out those articles. I was writing in the beginning, and then I just got tired. I couldn't do it anymore. But he kept writing and kept staying out front, keeping us aware that not only did we need to get vaccinated, that we needed to figure out how to get vaccinated, because some of us were not in communities where the vaccine was available. And other people were, my sister told me they were coming into Harlem, where she lived, from Connecticut and Riverdale. And, you know, people who know New York know that some of these areas are wealthier, more affluent. She said she saw these expensive cars coming to Harlem to get the vaccines that we didn't want, you know. So I do appreciate you, Sister Mahasim, for commemorating or accommodating the Health Consortium. And I want to say the same thing about this beautiful team and Dr. Ramadan's moral courage for getting out front and saying, you know, we have to make the best recommendation that we can make, that we can live with on the day of judgment for our community. So thank you for that. I may hang out for a few more minutes because my family's not ready.
Okay.
Let me, first, I'd like to thank both of you for those wonderful comments. And I thank Almighty God Allah. And, you know, it was at the time when I was reflecting deeply on the vaccine and my own fears and appreciating the history of our people in this country and our perspective. As I wrote in one article, it was the example of Imam Warith Deen Muhammad that I reflected on that helped me to lay aside my fears and concerns about America and to realize that I'm an American citizen and that I know I know medicine and I can look at this objectively and come to a decision on our own. It was when I reflected on Imam picking up the American flag and walking across the stage. I said, it's time for me to let go of the mental baggage. And that's what he represented when he did that. And that helped relieve me and had me take an independent look and reflect for myself in a scientific, evidence-based way, and not from traditional baggage that I too was carrying and fears and concerns. I had to let it go. So I thank Allah and I thank this community and I thank its leadership for the great efforts and work that has been going on for so many years. I'm just happy to be a member and a part of it. That's how I see it. Allah.
Alhamdulillah. I wanted to make a comment also on what Sister was saying about stress and about breathing and all of that. During Ramadan, we focus more on our niyyah, you know, making our intentions for everything, you know. And I was looking at it, the the mechanics of the tool, the benefit of having a tool of intention and using it constantly, it allows us to increase our faith for one, but it's really the way you seek refuge. You know, we say, "A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim." We seek refuge in Allah from Satan, the enemy of the curse. But I don't know if most of us do this, but I think of it as some extreme situation. No, Satan is always there. He's always present. So when you make your niyyah, it's like you're seeking Allah's protection against fear or stress, and it allows you to enter whatever it is you're about to do with less stress.
Right.
And I found that, and it's because you give it up to Allah. Now, you know, we didn't invent, you know, Muhammad the Prophet wasn't the first person to say, you know, seek, you know, A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim, but to call on God. But the more present God is in your conscious life, the less stress you should have. If you and the more you practice it, the more faith you'll have, you know. So I was thinking about that, and I said, because the courage comes from somewhere, and people sometimes wonder if it's just our will. No, we're just as vulnerable. Muslims are just as vulnerable as anybody else. It's just that we have these tools and we have these practice, and we trust God. We put our trust in God.
Yes.
Yeah. Our whole life we trust with God, and everything, even intellect, not just our spiritual life, but everything. And because I'm no magician. I feel I get stressed too, but when I remember Allah, I can deal with my stress. Because when Sister was saying about the breathing, I was thinking, I said, do I do that breathe? And I said, yeah, I do. I'm always remembering to breathe, and sometimes I hyperventilate because I want to relax, and I go, you know, I breathe, and that's alhamdulillah. But I believe faith is the answer, like you said. It's faith, and the practice of our faith is the answer. Alhamdulillah. Thank you. Yeah.
You know, the issue of intention is powerful. I'm so glad you brought that up. It reminds me of the whole community of self. This is Imam Warthi Muhammad's teaching. He translated the Quran into modern social thinking. And when he taught us about the community of self, you see it in the Quran when Allah talks about Iblis and the jinn, and Allah shows us how we think. He says, "Oh, but you know, Allah gives us a different psychological perspectives. The kafir, the disbeliever. Those are voices that come up in all of us, right? But when you make your intention, and there are books about this that are not Muslim books, that are books that have to do with what you're doing psychologically and neurologically. When you state your intention, you're putting your frontal lobe. You remember how Imam Muhammad said, I have to listen to Imam Warthi Muhammad. You're putting the leader in charge of your behavior, and you're pulling yourself out of instinctive behavior. So we all have that animal, that instinctive part of us, or even that jinn, that part of us that's impulsive. But when you say, I intend to do so-and-so, you are lining up that community behind your leader, behind the God conscious leader. And it's important even for diet. I'm trying to lose weight. And one of the things that I'm doing is I'm doing one of these psychological weight loss systems. I'm not going to give them a free commercial because if they have to pay me to do that. But one of the things that they focus on is intention. They say, if you're going to eat that brownie, then eat it. But sit down and intend to eat it. And enjoy it. And chew it. Don't go into that like that, just because there are parts of your brain when you eat that I can't go into the whole thing, but a lot of times we're eating in a mental space that's separate from that conscious. And that's a lot of times when we overeat. So if you're gonna eat the brownie, sit down and eat it, but intend to eat it, enjoy it, because it restructures the way you think about food. It's a whole science behind it. So, oh, thank you so much for bringing out that issue of intention, because that is really a powerful tool that is distinctive about Islam, al-Islam. That is a very distinctive aspect of our faith, is that even with our prayers, we make our intention, which you would think praying is just natural. Yes, it's natural, but you're supposed to pray from a certain space. You know, you're supposed to pray from everything that we do is supposed to be guided by intention, so that that frontal lobe, the imam, that part of our brain that makes us uniquely human, can be in charge. And it doesn't mean that we can't be impulsive. Allah says, follow the impulse to do good. You know, we can be impulsive. Like I tell my children, like, if you have a good thought about sometimes you'll see somebody, you say, you know what? Imam Wartha Muhammad looks pretty good today in that suit. But you don't say it, you just think it. But why don't we say it? Follow the impulse to do good. When you see your neighbor's lawn and it's looking good, say, hey, your lawn is looking good today. Don't just keep it to yourself, because following the impulse to do good can expand our loving relationships. Little things that you say, you know, I like that tie, or, you know, you have a beautiful smile. I think of good things all the time about people. And in the past, maybe 7 years, I've been practicing verbalizing those good thoughts. That will heal us, and it'll heal some of our relationships also.
Assalamu
Assalam.
I'd like to ask a question.
We do have a couple people. Sister Naza's been waiting. She had her hand up.
I'm sorry. Okay, so when everybody's done.
So yeah, I think you would be next. If the Muslim Health Consortium is finished making their statement, then we'll go to Sister Naz.
Yes.
And we'll proceed to you. I believe that's Sister Fatima.
Well, of course.
Go ahead, Sister Najma.
Yes, assalamu alaikum, everyone. I'm glad you're still here, Sister Carl, because I wanted to make a comment also on what you were saying about stress as it relates to people who are being discriminated against. And we know that religious discrimination, racial, political, all of that. But in the thought to me that came to me was that 50% of the population of all of those who was discriminated against are women. You know, we women are discriminated against. I don't care what religion, what politics, what career, whatever. Women are discriminated against. So that puts a lot of stress. You talking about stress that's caused by discrimination. That would be us. And then within the women, there's women who discriminate against women. And so the stress is multiplied. And I think that's an issue that so many of us kind of shy away from addressing, the effect that it has on the health of being discriminated because you're female. And then I think about Lady Liberty. Maybe her eyes are covered. Maybe that's imbalanced because she's a woman and discriminated against. Either way, I know discrimination has a lot to do with the stress on females. And then when we discriminate and criticize and hurt each other, it's multiplied. And so an issue that I strive to work with women, when we were reading the Quran, I was talking with a male friend of mine a few days ago, and he asked the question, how do you feel about when we read in the Quran, it says, your wives and children are a problem for you, or the people in paradise will have mace of beautiful, big, and lustrous eyes. The implication, even in the translation in the English, even though it's not in the Arabic, that the men are going to be blessed in paradise and women are not. And so I don't look at it that way, but a lot of women that I've talked with who used to be Muslim say, oh, that's a man's religion because of the translation. So that's a lot of effect on us as females, as far as the stress from being discriminated against, or even the impression or feeling that we're being discriminated against. Assalamu alaikum.
I want to say one thing in about that interpretation of the Holy Quran. That's why we have leaders, imams, There are many imams that probably can explain this way better than I can, but the Quran explains things in parables, you know, in stories, and it repeats itself over and over again, so that you can look for the wisdom in it and come up with many different interpretations or explanations. And one explanation may not appeal to you, but if I was a woman and I was in a position of a woman that says, yeah, that sounds chauvinistic, look at the position that you're viewing it from, and look at the position that women were in 20 years ago, 10 years ago. Look at the position that women may be in 5 years from now in the future, that their position, the position that you're viewing a certain thing from, changes from time to time, depending on your perspective. And the one thing that you should never lose focus on is that Allah says that when people enter paradise, they're going to say, hey, this is a lot like what we had before. So try to live a good life on earth so that you'll have a good life in the next life. And if your good life in the next life is 70 beautiful women with big eyes or something, I don't know. I don't think we live in that day. I don't think we qualify to even have more than one wife, most of us, and most of us don't want it. Just ask some men out there that like to play the field and have all these different women. You know, it's a huge responsibility, and it's really hell on earth if you try to do that. I don't think they're happy. I don't think the average man doesn't want 70 women unless he's what they call a dog or a pervert or something. I don't get it. Unless they're employees that work for you. Now, women like to get the job done, and they're pretty intelligent, and a lot of them are better at working as teamwork. So maybe 70 employees or something, I don't know, but I don't want 70 women in heaven. So that y'all can put that on the record.
I think many, alhamdulillah, I think many of those are cultural filters that have gotten in, cultural perspectives that have really, to an extent, contaminated. And, you know, and some of the practices are all cultural. They're not intended to be there. And, you know, and as Imam said, this leadership that corrects that with us.
Right.
And
when you open the Holy Quran, know that that is not from Muhammad. I hear something going on, and it's the work of the devil. They're going around. I meet Christians and they say, well, that book, when I know that they have a little pushback when I mention I'm a Muslim. So I mention their book and I try to bring out the good in their book. Well, that's a man, that was written by a man. That's not the, but the Holy Quran is revelation. None of the Quran was written or thought up or dreamed up by any creature of the planet Earth. Muhammad, the prophet, said that this is not from me. I speak from what God has revealed and inspired. I speak purely from inspiration, just as the Bible prophesies that one would come. I forget the name, the comforter would come. That's who we believe Muhammad the prophet is, and the Bible points directly to him. And those that study the Bible know that. The Quran is not a book you should doubt. If you believe in God and you believe in the continuation of the revelation to the prophets and that Muhammad is the seal of the prophets, then you have to believe what's in the Holy Quran. And you should, before you reject it, you should try to use the best of your intelligence to understand what you're reading. And then if you can't find it, then seek others that may have something like you did today. I hope we helped, and wow. I'm going to back off and then I'm sure there are other Imam. I'm sorry for cutting you off yeah, let's deal with this, because I know this is a serious situation, because we're living in a time where women are being liberated and being accepted for their intellect. And we encourage that. I would never discourage. There's no such thing. I used to tell my children this as a dumb question, except for the one you don't ask. Now that's not intelligent to not ask a question when you have a question. Like Sister Kadar said earlier.
I would challenge.
Do we see what's happening with women today? Can we see what's happening with the women today, especially Black women? If we look in all of the fields, we can see our sisters rising to leadership positions. We look at city mayors, we look at councilwomen, we look at women, our women in leadership positions throughout in Congress, in professions. They are taking on the roles, and we are dependent on them for saving the society to a great extent. The Imam said he wouldn't, Imam Warth B. Muhammad, he has no problem in following a sister. And that woke a lot of us up. All we can see, I can feel the leadership that's coming right here in the Muslim Health Consortium. All you have to do is look closely and you see women rising to positions. And it's like when someone has been held down, Imam Warth B. Muhammad told us about that. Just like holding somebody back for a long time, putting a lot of energy into holding them back.
Yeah.
Allah gives that person great deal of energy to move forward. And we see that happening with our sisters today. As a people, we walk like with two legs. Sometimes the brothers have to lead, and then sometimes the next leg, the sisters have to take on leadership roles. There's just aspects in our faith that they don't have or can't do. But no, I think there's been a lot of oppression of women over the years, and I think that's being made up now.
I agree, Imam, and quietly in my heart and soul, I look forward to women leadership. I want to see the next leader of the Mosque Cares. I want to see a woman. Yeah, I want it to be one of my daughters, but we don't know. You know, my sons too. You know, I support them, but I would love to see women in leadership wherever they can get. Because see, today we're in a civilized world. In the past, a woman would have had to fight. You know, although there were women that led armies and that fought and defended lands and protected the whole society. But today, you don't have to pick up arms. A woman can use her natural intelligence and lead because she's a natural leader, you know.
Yeah.
And I look forward to it. Yeah.
I wanted to tell Najma, thank you for illuminating this issue of discrimination against women. And for those of us who have family or know people that think Islam or al-Islam is oppressive to women, I think it's important for us to understand there is no person that represented more liberation for women than our prophet. We can stand with any scholar from any institution, I don't care if it's Oxford, Harvard, wherever, and go point by point and show that the Quran, as demonstrated by our prophet, was more advanced for liberating women than any document in the history of man. The office of Imam, they might say, well, a woman can't be Imam, that she can't be a prayer leader in our religion, but she can be a political leader. Imam Muhammad says she can teach imams. She can be a scholar to teach imam. Imam is a very special role for protecting the whole society. It's not about men being better. It's when you have to correct a male, wayward male energy. A woman cannot correct wayward male energy. You need the force of a male to correct men that have gone astray. But I just want to say, in terms of justice, we can tell people that the Quran gives justice to men and women. Allah goes out of his way to say, for believing men and women, for thinking men and women. That was radical for that time. Radical. We think of it as normal. Back then, that was not normal, and you don't find it in any other text. Our prophet said that you would get so many blessings for educating your daughters, educating women, goes on and on. I know we have a time situation, but I just wanted to share that with Najma, that we do have a lot that we can come back to other people and say, no, be weak with it. That's what I'm trying to say. Let's not be timid. Be forceful and know that if you can't back it up right then and there, go to your imams, go to your sisters. We have so many sisters in our community that are scholarly women. Sister Anissa and so many others. Get help, but we should stand strong with that. That is a feather in our cap that we do not utilize. And I think it's because there are men among us, and I don't mean African-American men. I don't mean in our community, because our community is very advanced, but I mean in the Muslim world, that do not expose Muhammad for who he was in terms of a liberator of women, because if they expose him for that, then that puts then, oh, that's your prophet. So why are you all doing these mercy killings and doing all these, as you said earlier, all these tribal things, the customs? And so if we promote our prophet the way he's supposed to be promoted, it would put too much pressure on us to really live the way he demonstrated.
Next question was comment was from Sister Fatima. Then we have Mr. Anna. Go ahead, Sister Fatima.
Assalamu alaikum. This is Sister Fatima out of New Jersey. And it's so wonderful to have you guys on. All right, so my question is focusing on children, especially ages between, not the smaller children, but the smaller children too, but 12, 13, 11, 10, all the way to say 15, where they're trying to negotiate what this whole thing was about with COVID, trying to negotiate it in their homes, trying to negotiate it in the streets, trying to negotiate it in the schools. Okay, so I'm interested in the stress factor because I'm seeing it a lot. I'm seeing it manifest through children who may have had a grip on it before COVID that are completely confused in where they stand as human beings, as children, how they stand as male, as female. It is stressful to children. And no one seems to, people talk a lot about adults, but our future lies in our children. And so what I'm interested in is how do you translate what you said, right? For kids, for children, for 12-year-olds, for, those kinds of things. How do you translate that into how they can deal with a stressful situation, or how they can deal with the fact that they come home and things aren't the way they used to be because mom lost her job, and how no, there is no man at home. There is no man at home. And so how, and I'm the man in the house. And so how should I act during this COVID thing? How can I help my mom? These are the stressful things that our children are going through. And so I was wondering if anybody had any ideas or what they thought about it, since, yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
I think that's a very important question, and it's asked often. And I think the way that I would approach it is we have to approach it realistically. Our children took a hit. And we see, it's just like if your child was riding a bicycle and fell down and broke his leg. This is a disruption in his usual growing, his pattern, his daily pattern, how he has to deal with pain, how he has to deal with rehab, how he has to deal with maintaining his studies, his friendships. We see the children over in a war zone in Ukraine or in Syria. Those children also are taking a hit. Those children's lives are completely disrupted. Those children, they miss school. They have to deal with injuries. They have to deal with lost parents. they have to deal with, their entire life is disrupted. Those children are taking a hit. There are other children with COVID, actually, who have got the severe complications of COVID. They are in bed. Some of them have developed heart conditions. Their lives have changed. We have to realize that things do happen to us. They change our course. They change how we would like to be. They may amount to losses of time in our lives and opportunity in our lives. We have to make it as easy as possible. It's important for us to be supportive totally, to realize that this child is dealing with this matter in a different way than I am. As an adult, we're concerned about maintaining the family income. How am I going to get to work? How am I going to keep the heat on? How am I going to keep food in the house? How am I going to do all of these things? We have to look at, how is this child seeing what's happening? How is he seeing what's happening to parents? And how is he seeing how his life has been disrupted? And as much as we can, with the resources that we have to be supportive to that person and to that child. We have to tap all of those things that we have around us. We have to strengthen him with the faith to let him know that these things can happen in a person's life, that Allah is his support. Count on Allah, count on the prayers, count on calling on our Creator. He is our strength, and he can heal that space of injury and damage. Almighty God, Allah, can correct that and heal it just like a bone can heal and be stronger than before. It can be a lesson if it is taught in that sort of way. These things happen in people's lives. Almighty God, Allah, is constant and he is there. Call on him and let him help repair our lives. Okay? As I said, we splint a bone and the bone heals by his grace. Sometimes we have to split lives and they too can heal by his grace. We have to be creative in the way that we do it. So,
I just want to say thank you for asking that question, sister. And I just want to say that the better we are at answering that question, the more our entire community will thrive. This is a question that we should be asking. What you asked, we should be asking this question constantly, answering that question constantly. With everything that we do, we should be trying to figure out how is it affecting the children? If we focus on that, and I think we're not there. You know, we're certainly not succeeding. We talked about this a little bit last first Sunday, but I talked about the mental health with children program that they had in Washington, D.C., Sister Inshira, the Nation's Mosque, Naima Tucker, your daughter. That was phenomenal. We need to be doing that in so many different venues, not just with mental health, but with academics, with socialization, with games, with music. We need to be focusing our energy as a community on serving the needs of our children. And I appreciate you bringing that up again. I believe in my heart, if we put that as a focus of our community, it will regenerate not just our children, it will regenerate the entire community.
And I wanted to add that it's not really our fault as adults or responsible people, is that the children have, just as we have more access to information, the children are getting information, and we can't protect our children like the elders used to protect us and always be that rock for them of calmness, of faith and patience. And we encourage them to also exercise faith in that, you know, mommy or daddy or uncle or big sister is always here. If you have questions, come talk to us. They're getting answers and they're getting opinions without filters. So we need to engage them more and use our psychology. We're gonna have to be on our A game to get them to speak freely about what they're dealing with. Because, you know, I heard that suicide among Black people, it was something I heard last fall. It was insane. I was like, oh my God, the African-American young people are I didn't think that was something we did, but you know, you listen to the news and the media and listen to our children, we need to be more informed. If the better informed we are, then the better we can give them faith. What got us through it when we were young might not get our young people through situations, stressful situations. What got me through was having a personal relationship with God. I talk to God all the time. You know, I was taught that God was the authority over even my parents, my mom and dad and everybody else. So I didn't tell them I'm talking to God, but I was talking to God while they was talking to me. So if our children did that, they might survive like I did. I don't know.
Assalamu alaikum. This is Sister Saisa. I've had experience in my family up front with one of my grandchildren who, you know, voiced out thankfully to us that she wanted to end her life. And her mother my daughter took it very seriously and immediately started to try to look deeper into what was going on. And one of the things that she did first was take her off of this so-called social media. This social media is a huge lie. The word social media, everybody is looking into his or her phone. They walk across the street looking in their phones. They don't even look at the traffic because everyone's so consumed with what text they're getting. TikTok, I don't know all the different things, but my daughters are much learned than I am about these updated things that children are growing up. And I said, take that phone away from her, out of her hands. Spend time really being socially with her in terms of listening to her and trying to understand what she's doing. Also, I'm a big believer in encouraging anyone, especially children, I don't care what age they are, to write what they can about how they're feeling. Because I think if you can get into what's in their mind and how they're feeling in their heart, you can start to begin. That's not going to mean that you're going to solve it. My daughter has had to go into homeschooling because the child was in a situation where she was being taunted. And part of that was the reason why she was wanting to express these kinds of things. But unless you take that social quote media away from them and listen and talk to them and have them write down to you what's going on, you don't sometimes know. You're busy, like Dr. Ramadan said, trying to just provide the necessities of life, but the children are suffering. And I didn't come up in that situation. So maybe I was, you know, didn't know how to respond to that. But today's children, I think, are too consumed by this quote social media.
Assalamu alaikum. I just wanted to thank everybody. I got a lot of ideas. I mean, from Dr. Ramadan and the sister that just spoke and Sister Coral, a lot of ideas and a lot of things. My daughter was at a function full of Christians, and they had asked her to talk. And at the end of the function, which was a church, a church function, and at the end of the church function, a little girl came up to her and told her that she wanted to kill herself. Told her that she felt like nobody was listening to her. And it was, of course, my daughter, she said, okay, you're going to come and see me. But she pulled her to the side and she talked to her, and she found out that the little girl was actually contemplating this, and that the mother didn't know. The mother was like, something is wrong with my daughter. Can you talk to her? And then when she talked to her, she found out that this child wanted to kill herself, and that, this was something that was on her mind all the time. This child was like 12. And so what I'm saying is that yes, it is occurring amongst our children. And absolutely, thank you for the ideas. I appreciate. I'm in the school every day. So I go to school every day and see the children. So I'm saying thank you so much. Even if what the sister said, as far as getting a journal and just putting your feelings out in a journal, and then trusting the teacher to not tell unless it's really, but to comfort you, or to send you to a counselor, but something other than just being ignored. So I really appreciate all of what you said, Dr. Ramadan, everybody. Thank you.
I want to add something about this. If you Google, I can't find the article right now. There's a very popular article that's circulating. It's the most downloaded article on the Atlantic. I think something like, how did the last 10 years become so stupid? But the point of the article is it documents the data on how social media started creating these psychological problems. The other thing is the music. I noticed about 15 years ago, I was a music major in high school originally, and I was listening to the chords. I couldn't even hear the lyrics, some of the music that I was hearing. And I was telling my kids, I was like, this music, forget about the lyrics. If you just listen to the chords, it's telling you to commit suicide. I hear that in the music. It doesn't even have to have any words to it. Mm-hmm. So we have to be very careful about the music. It's a natural inclination for people to love music. Mm-hmm. And if we don't own the music, as Kachebi is trying to do, Brother Kachebi, we don't own the music. That's another big hit that we take, is because the music, now when you add the lyrics to that are promoting murder, misogyny,
yes, ma'am.
You add the lyrics to the music that's telling them to commit suicide. It's a miracle that they're doing as well as they're doing, to be honest with you. So, I mean, at some point we have to really get, I know all of us are busy, I'm busy too, but at some point we have to come together and create the social life that our children need. And this is something that I know was so important to Sister Robin. We used to talk about it all the time, to get in control of our media for our children, not just Muslim children. When I say our children, I mean our human children. I'm not even talking about African-American children. I mean our human children. We have to really take on this challenge of getting control and providing the social outlets that they need and that they crave, but we have to provide it in a way that God is pleased with. And one of the first things Imam Muhammad did when he came into office, and those of you who were in the nation can bear witness, he said, listen, y'all can dance. You go out to events, you dance with your family, and if we don't provide the outlets for our children to enjoy the socialization that they crave, they're going to access it in other venues, and then they're exposed to the shaitan scheme. So we have to get on this issue of culture and socialization. They want to be social. That's God made us social. So when the social media is a part of their nature, they want that. So if we don't provide that, we have to expect these horrible outcomes.
And I want to add to it that something I learned, I grew up, the way I grew up is maybe different from the way the common person may have grown up. We had extreme pressure in our lives, and my parents, so I can't judge my parents, and I can't even compare their situation with other mothers' situations, but I know that the role of mother is a very, very valuable role, that no matter how good of a father or parent you are, but if you're not that, a child has a certain connection with their mother and a trust that is you can't even measure it compared to other people. Because I talk to Muslims that come from other cultures where you may say their culture are like behind our culture when it comes to respect for women and this and that. But when I asked them, I said, you know, you recite Quran beautifully. Like, who taught you your religion and who taught you how to recite Quran like that? And they always say, my mother. They say, my mother, first my mother. Now I'm thinking they're gonna say, oh, well, you know, in whatever country I come from, we learn in preschool, we go to grammar school, preschool, we're at the Jummah, the imam and the class. No, that's how we learn. We go to Sunday school or imam's class and this and that. Our mothers have to take on the responsibility that if you want something for your child, you got to give it to them, and don't give in to peer pressure. Or give into things that in society. That's what I saw Robin doing. And she was highly successful, that my children didn't miss what she didn't want them to have because she didn't offer it to them. So they didn't know they was missing certain things. And to this day, I used to ask them, y'all don't watch TV? But then, you know, I look up and they on the, you know, they doing other things that danger. You know, Satan, he gonna find a way in. But I do commend their mother for making the effort. And I've seen her walk in the room and turn stuff off and like take stuff from the baby. And, you know, I'm like, she don't hesitate. She'll snatch it out their hand, or, you know, she wanted them to be exposed to certain things. And she did an excellent job with her older children. They didn't even drink, they didn't touch any sugar. Now these last two, I think you let them taste that sugar, you know, we slipped, but the older children way healthier, because she would get them like for dessert, like candy, like fruit roll-ups. And, you know, I don't know how she managed to do it, but I can see the difference in their health. And back to the role, the influence that the mother has. There's a culture out there that's a really tough, not this independent woman, but really this vulgar, ignorant, disgraceful, shameful beast of a human being that should never be called mother, that's out there. Women, we need women to fight them. The men can't fight them. You know, the hip hop people, they made their stand. Now, we see it's wrong to be misogynistic and to be mean and cruel. I don't think a woman should ever call a woman out of her name or disrespect a woman or treat her less than what God created her to be in her potential. No matter what she looks like in the present, we need to study, go back and find some of the old tapes and videos of the Nation of Islam under the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and the early days under Imam Muhammad, and look at how those sisters dealt with our women. The reason why we have these stars, go ahead, sister. I can feel it coming.
I want to tell you the brothers too, those FOI had a big impact on the women in the community. I witnessed that with my own eyes. Those brothers who were taking those couriers that would take those papers out on those corners, I was so endeared to them because of the way they talk to the women. I've seen them say, sister, you're such a beautiful queen. Don't curse at the little ones. Don't use you, sister. You know what? You have a beautiful child. Make sure you're giving him lots of vegetables. And so I've seen him say, sister, I've seen him say, sister, you have a beautiful body, but cover it up so that your children.
We need to train our men, because a lot of these men out here never had a male example for that, because daddy's not present for whatever reason. No, poverty is the main reason when daddy's not in the house. You know, and we don't have, you know, jobs, we don't have opportunities. And a lot of times our women have more opportunities and more jobs. So they're raising these young men by themselves and they love them babies. And I realized something that I see, I could be wrong, but a lot of times the sisters love them children so much that they accept their evil, the evil that they do, and they overlook it, and they allow these men, their son can be misogynistic, but you rejected his daddy that was misogynistic, but you raising a son that's a beast. He's a monster, and he don't respect women. He uses women, and you allow him to do that. So we need men in our lives to be balanced. And my father said it. I think that's what he was talking about. He wasn't talking about going back to the teaching. He said we have to go back to our beginnings. He means go back to the discipline that we had in the Nation of Islam. We need to have men to teach our little boys how to be men, you know, and how to grow up to be men. Not that a woman can't do it. A woman can do it, but it's not the natural way. It's the natural way is for a man to teach a man how to be a man. Like Sister Kadar said it earlier. Don't condemn me. I'm just following my good sister.
But I agree
would
with you.
agree with that so much that
100%.
you know, I came up in the nation as an FOI with my father. The closest times that I had was he and I selling papers together. And we did that, and I learned about people, I learned about our community. I grew closer to my father, and he taught me how to be a man. And we learned that in FOI training.
Me too.
And you know, and also in the Boy Scouts, I learned about the land and about and that was just so consistent with what I was learning in the temple at that time. And that's a sort of training that we need. There's a lot of what's happening with our young people is bullying.
Yeah.
Bullying is going on. They want to kill themselves because they've been bullied. They are frightened. They are concerned about their reputation. They've been abused by the gang and gang membership because they do not have role models in men. And it's like we have masculinity has been abused and it's in short supply. And you know, we have to learn how to make men so they can help make families, and you know, and sons can look up to their fathers again. And this is sort of thing we need a total correction.
We need to define what man is. I think what man is today is not what it was when 20 years ago. Even 20 years ago, I don't think manhood is the same. Yeah.
Yes, it needs to. You know, it almost has to define itself what it is in a informational age, when muscles are no longer needed, when people can make a living as well as. They don't have to hunt. They don't have to gather. They don't have to farm. They don't have to build a house. And the women can do it as well as men now. And so how do you define what the male role is uniquely? We can define what the sister's role is. She has the babies and raise them. But what does the man do? And because that's so important to build men. We can't lose manhood in the society. The family will fall apart. Women may feel that they can do the whole thing. Deliver the baby.
Satan is watching, looking, and listening. And
That's
he's
right.
taking notes all the time. And he's giving them all the fuel to even reduce what little manhood we have left to nothing, null and nothing. We're just of no count. And we gotta, us men, we have to figure out how to solve the problem that we've created for ourselves, because that's a problem we created.
That's true.
Yeah.
Right.
We acquiesced. We gave it in, gave up.
We gave up.
It sounds like the Mosque Cares is setting up to host a men's meeting for boys.
I don't know.
And 13.
I need a lot of help.
Okay.
Okay.
Brother Latif said he's going to help you.
Okay.
He's going to help. And I know Dr. Ramadan is on point.
Absolutely.
Now we can, but we'll be preaching to the choir. See,
well,
talk to the young men out there. Yeah.
Yes.
See, a whole bunch of us in the room, you know, we'll get a whole bunch of amens and amens and everything.
Oh, well, this is
each other on the back.
That's why I said it'll be for age 13 and up, because it will be structured in a way that we'll have the 25-year-old, you know, we'll structure it. We'll do it. Something that we were doing in New Jersey that we were working, we're going to hopefully share with my peers and come up with a formula.
Yeah, and brothers, we shouldn't shy away from, I know it's really exciting to, you know, want to be a master of, you know, there's one Imam Muhammad, no matter how great of a scholar you are, if you're trying to reach the heights that he reached, you know, you might be better off coaching a football team or a basketball game or something, because you was good at that, you know. And I think it, you know, some of us need to, we took off the suits. That was a start, the bow ties and all of that. So we can go to the park now. I see a lot of y'all that bought some tennis shoes and jeans and stuff. We need to go where the youngsters are and be there for them and be the voice of intelligence, the voice of wisdom, the voice of respect. And, you know, we can change the whole scenario if we stop looking we got to look in the right places for where we can help. And because I know we love our children and we know we love the youngsters, and we've been tricked into, even ourselves, some of us think that being a man, we may need some training. So that's what we'll do. We'll train each other for going out into the world and into the society. That should be our men's meeting, training each other on how to really do some help for our community. Because a lot of us think manhood is being a bully, you know, and time is up for that. They view us as savages, you know, of being abusive, you know. So we can't use that abusive and aggressive nature, because you're on duty? It doesn't call for that and stand up to, you know. And I know I need training, because my instinct tells me if youngster get in my face, I'm gonna get back in his face and show him who the bigger bull is. You know, the bigger bull always wins.
Alhamdulillah, thank Allah for this conversation.
Yeah, alhamdulillah. Today, our sisters don't respect us because that's a law of nature. It's a law of nature. The bigger, tougher, stronger bull is more attractive to the woman, you know, but that's an animal. Today, it has to be the more intelligent one, but we have to train our sisters to be attracted to the one that's more intelligent, not the one that can be the coolest, slickest, all of the immoral things. You know, he's the sexiest, he's the cutest, he's the one that the other women want. If all the other women want him, now you got to fight all these other women, you know. So you should want the man that has a moral constitution, like the story of Joseph in the Bible, in the Quran is so beautiful, you know. That's the man, that's the example of a man that you want, for the one that is intelligent and fears God, you know. But that's the man that's rejected as being the weak man, you know. So I don't know how we change the scenario. You know, Satan has turned everything upside down. So we have to work together, I believe, in order to change that scenario. And intelligent women, this is one thing. Smart women know smart men. And but the society tries to keep them ignorant and keep us ignorant, all ignorant, so that we behave like animals instead of, you know, good people. Yeah. There's more, but that's the way I see us dealing with it head on, is for us to look for opportunities, not to and to train each other. There's training manuals, because I know the professional world, they train on how not to be engaged into conflict, because there are youngsters out here that may be little, 10, 12 years old, maybe not even a teenager yet, but they are skilled at getting under your skin. You know, they know how to get you out of character. And then as soon as you come out of your, that high road, that high character that you thought you were on, you've lost all power. You've lost all your authority, all your power, all your respect. So we have to train each other. It's probably a manual you probably can Google, how to deal with hostile situations. What do the police do? What do other people do? And bring it in with a Muslim perspective, with the faith and and the tools that Allah has given us. You know, you don't have to, if you don't have to start from zero, don't start from zero. You know, read a book and go out there, because Allah's my witness. People give me credit for doing things. I said all I did was pick up a book or study this, Google and study the situation. And that's why it's people think I be in here mopping my floors all the time. I don't. They got some stuff called Rejuvenate that puts like a 5 or 10, it might be a 10-year barrier from dirt. And they got another one that's a 10-year. I know it's for tile floors. They think I'll be in here mopping and stuff. I just push the duster across the floor sometime. And when I need a little hot water, I push the steamer. but it's somebody always has a better information, and we should always seek the best information and then adopt it for ourselves. Education is the key, And when
Yes,
people say education, it's not you don't have to have a degree, a doctorate degree. All you have to do is educate yourself in the situation that's going to profit you, that'll profit you, even in a small situation. Ask somebody, as they say. Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Best practices.
Mhm.
We need to put ourselves under the Quran and our prophet first, and then bring our best minds together for putting together the best practices from our, the last Savior's Day that Imam Muhammad did. He said, our Southern values, I'm not quoting him, our old Southern values is a savior for us. And when I heard that, of course, we didn't know he was going to transition. But then I was looking back to see his last Savior's Day message. And in that, I feel like he was almost, Allah was telling us, he's the culmination of the freedom movement. But Imam Muhammad pointed us to our best practices as a people. We have it. What we need to do is bring men like you, men like Dr. Ramadan together, and listen to the best practices that cultivated the excellence that you have. And everyone's not excellent in everything. Your excellence that your father may have cultivated in you really brought certain things out of you. Those are the things that you would give. We need to put together these voices of best practices, and also let some of our young people who came through, like I think about some of my sons who came through some of this fire and managed by Allah's grace, and Dr. Ramadan's sons and your sons also, and let them talk about what they would like to see for the younger children that Sister Fatima was talking about, 9 and 10 and 12. Let them be a part of the conversation, because they have an understanding of what is going on right now. It's different than it was 30 or 40, 50 years ago. It's different from when it was 4 years ago. The environment, even in 4 or 5 years, has become more treacherous for these young people. But we can do it. That's the point there. And my husband's in the background saying we can do it, so he can tell you we can do it.
Yeah, it's so readily available. And some children, it's a lifesaver for them to have a device like a cell phone or something while their mother's away, so their mother can check on them and be in contact with them when they're on the bus, on the subway, or wherever they have to travel. And yeah, I see a bunch of hands up too, so I don't want to take up too much any more time. But yeah, it's just so horrible what the children. Could you mind the type of mind that some of them have? Their children are smarter, more intellectual, they're exposed to more things, which actually causes the brain to make more connections. And so they're smarter due to this influx of more information. So they're more intelligent. So you have a child that's intelligent, but being fed a lot of corrupt and wrong information disguised as truth, and disguised as wisdom, and disguised as acceptable for society or for the advancement of humanity. When it's all the opposite. It's actually against the advancement of humanity and against your future. So yeah,
That's
have,
why what you're doing is so important.
They have a
Maintaining
big
this
job.
office of our leader is so important.
Yes, ma'am.
Because that is the clear voice that the world needs today.
Yeah. And Imam Muhammad, he's there, but it's difficult because I don't have the support to make. I thought that, hey, if I just kept pushing the tapes in the hands, the logic says, well, his followers are going to get his tapes, and that's my goal, is to get it in everybody's hands so that you all could have all of the intellectual property and then spread it amongst yourselves and you share it with your families and friends and everybody. And then we become an institution and we have enough money to produce as many books. And then from there, the books will, the quality of them improve. You know, we even start putting out hardback books, you know, more hardback books of Imam Muhammad's teaching, and they become institutions and preserved in society. And then we have like an intelligentsia that's studying on how to take his vision out of his books and make them practical in society, which he almost single-handedly did on Stony Island. But that was a short period of time. The things he did, he barely scratched the surface of what he wanted to do.
I agree.
And people feared the power he had because he was on a live television hookup where not just us were watching him live all over the country, but every religious organization and group, they got out of church and sat down and I know they were all, the whole country was listening to him. And so he was a threat to to people in power that didn't understand the aim of the Holy Quran. I think the Quran now today is really coming full circle of what its value is to this global community, because there were during the prophet's time, and some people probably trying to condemn me, say, what is he talking about? I don't know what he's talking about. During the prophet's time, there wasn't a global community. The Quran could not reach everyone, but now the Quran can be, everybody has a device. You could just search any word that you hear out of the Holy Quran and you get the translation just by putting it in your phone. And I believe that today is the best time for Al-Islam and the best time for God, really. It's now.
Imam Muhammad is not I agree with everything you said, but Imam Muhammad is not a threat anymore to them. Let me tell you what I believe. I believe that those people who saw him as a threat, they're praying that we can read his blueprints and fix this thing.
They're looking at us like, how come y'all not solving this problem?
They're praying, they wishing they hadn't stopped him. They're regretting. They're regretting now.
They're regretting that they stopped
to try to hurt our progress. And they're praying that we will pick up his work and figure out how to implement it in this environment. Allah is with us, and even our enemies now but not our enemies. I don't mean that I just mean the people that didn't understand before the value of this leader that we've been blessed with. I believe that they now are hoping that we will study his methods.
The true enemy is a mindset, and I understood perfectly what you meant. It's a mindset, and there are people out there still amongst the people that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad called devils. There's still some of them out there that have a mindset that is unyielding, a mindset that is not willing to listen to reason. And that mindset, even during the time of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, it spread throughout and was a plague amongst Black people, because the Honorable Elijah Muhammad himself had to warn us that a Muslim, he was talking about his followers when he said a Muslim can turn devil overnight, letting you know that the shaitan, the mindset can get into anybody. And there's some people that's out there that thinks, hey, these people shouldn't even be walking the face of the earth. They shouldn't exist, So, and wherever we see them, they say they this and they say they that. We're going to prove to them in the world that they're not. So we can't never sleep on the fact that whenever you come with something different, you're going to have opposition. Whenever you're making progress, you're going to have opposition. And just look at things, don't look at it and take it personal. Look at things as the world is what it is. The world is what it is, and Shaitan is in the world to the judgment day. And so he's going to always be countering our good works and our good efforts and trying to do them in. So yeah, this life is serious, and that's the best thing advice I could give you. I wish my father used to say it more. He was confident because he got support, but now I don't have the support he had. So I got to tell y'all should be very afraid. I'm being comical right now, but it's true. we should trust Allah, but we should be very afraid of, because our future, when we don't work together and separate, we're vulnerable. We're all very vulnerable, and our youth are the most vulnerable, our elderly, all of the weak. So if we don't work together for good and put our egos and our personalities and our things aside and just want to do good for the sake of Allah, and not fear and not have jealousy and envy and not abuse each other. It's the little things. I think Imam Muhammad said that if we take care of all these little things, the big things should be easy, you know. So stop disrespecting each other. Stop being jealous, you know, stop being hurtful, stop backbiting, and stop trying to undermine good people, you know. Stop being cowardice, you know, be brave. If you're going to undermine something, undermine the criminals that our tax dollars pay so much for law enforcement to fight crime. You be against them. Don't be against your brother that's trying to do dawah and work a minimum wage job to feed his family and volunteer his services to the community, you know, and you trying to undermine him. You undermine every effort he makes to do good, you know, and you know, I think I'm joking. There are people out here that are really, you know, they play with dynamite. They play with dangerous things. And one thing they're playing with is their soul, that Allah is watching you. And Allah is going to judge you accordingly. And he may be giving you the freedom where you think it's funny that you can defeat these people of faith. You can defeat these holy rollers that's out here preaching God and faith and all of that. And you can make them look silly and foolish. But God said he's going to fill hell with jinn and men. And he may even blind you to the fact of what you're doing and make you think you're getting away with it, scot clean, you know. But he's going to fill hell with you. He's going to give you hell in this life and in the next life. You know, some people think that they won't pay for their crimes and their sins. We should fear God because he's the ultimate power. And I fear for you, and I'm gonna pray for you. Because I don't want to see nobody go to hellfire, not in this life or the next life. But if you earn it, nobody can help you. Yep. Right. Yeah, nobody can help you. None of our prayers can save you. Yeah. So let's try to be good. let's try to have patience. You know, try to have patience with situations. And like Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, if you have to, think 5 times. I tried it one day. And I think 5 times. By the time you get done thinking 5 times, you realize that the best thing you got out of it is that you were quiet. I kept my mouth shut, and I learned way more than I would if I talked too much. So I gotta stop talking. Time for me to shut up. Okay.
We do have about 4 hands. If you have time for them, Dr. Ramadan and Sister Coral. We'll start with, you have time for a couple more questions?
Yes, we'll do them quickly, inshallah.
Okay, so we want to respect the Muslim Helps Consortium's time, so we'll go quickly with the questions. Those of you on the YouTube side, if you have any questions, please enter it in the chat. We'll take a couple from the Zoom side and one from the YouTube side, inshallah, if there is one. If not, we'll take them off from the Zoom side. We'll start with Sister Anna. Now, those of you, if you've already asked a question or made a comment, we're going to acknowledge those others who haven't before you. So please go with me. Sister Anna.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam.
Yes, Ramadan Mubarak. I just want to say to our president of the Mosque, his invaluable right hand, Brother Adil, and I would say he has many right hands. Brother Elam, Brother Rasul, Brother Imam Anthony, Sister Farrakhan, just so many that are there holding up his hand and giving him the encouragement to go on. I just want to sincerely be among the numbers that say thank you, dear Dr. Ramadan and the health consortium, the nurses, our dear sister nurse Coral, my little sister, our dear sister Maddie, Sister, is it Saisha? And so many others. Yes.
Michelle.
Yes. And all of those who help in any way. And I want to say, we appreciate you. And we know that it was a mercy from Allah to this community. And we don't take that lightly. Allah's hand is on this community. And we thank Allah for that. And we are just so thankful because now we're out of the pandemic, but I would like for Dr. Ramadan to explain the difference between a pandemic and endemic. And if we are out of the pandemic, are we in the endemic? And I just, that's the question. But on the little small comment, in addition to having children to communicate to us in their writings about their feelings, we also should have those children who are unable to write to illustrate. You will learn a lot from a child's drawing. So don't discount their drawing, even if they don't want to write.
I want to say one thing about those writings and things and the psychology that's used in the schools. I took my children to, they were small, the babies, they were babies, preschool. And I think my child was in that school for like a day or a couple of days or something. And I was kind of disturbed at some pictures of like, might have been a bear or animal. I can't remember what it was, but I snatched my kid out of school real quick because they were having these conversations with grandma and grandpa. And I was like, there ain't no grandma and grandpa, first of all, in the picture. And then they were asking, who do they like better? Mommy, daddy, grandma, grandpa. And I'm like, so that they can get the psychology of this child and then use that psychology against the parent. So we have to write the narrative. I believe in diaries and all of that, but don't have them look on the internet and look to the psychology that's practiced out there. Not saying, I'm not condemning it, because I wasn't exposed to all of the psychology. I was just exposed to that one thing that disturbed me. And I may not even have the details right anymore. It was so many years ago. It was maybe 12 years ago. Yeah, so we need to give the narrative of what these children are writing, because there are people in those schools that don't respect us as leadership, even in our family. Remember, they owned our children for 400 years. You know, we were standing right there. We could have raised them, but they didn't let us raise them. And so they're doing the same thing now, that a similar type of thing where they don't respect us as authority. You know, they see you talking to with your baby, and I've seen people do this to me. Black men may have this all happen to them more than other people. I've seen them bend down. Yeah. What is that? Yeah. Read that to us in 1 second. Yeah. Bend down and talk to my child as if, you know, a person has a cute dog. They say, oh, cute little dog. They talk to the dog, but they'll speak to the owner of the dog before they talk to the dog, you know, or pet the dog. They're like, can I pet him? I've had people approach me and talk to my children as if I wasn't standing there. I'm literally holding their hand. And then bend down to them and get in their face and talk to them.
Oh, no.
I've seen people, I've turned my back and they've come off the street, never spoke to me. Neighbors that I've met walking past every day, you know, they may have waved or never spoke, but I turn my back, they don't see me. They can cross the street and they talking to my child, a baby.
Oh, no.
I've seen that. I mean, it happens all the time. You know, African-American men, we've lost all respect. And the way to get it back is not violently. I don't care what Tupac or what any of them other rappers said, but the way to get it back is not going to be violent. They just get, you know, the way to get our respect back is to take care of our responsibilities and to be aware, be alert ourselves to these challenges that we have. They're just challenges and we can overcome them. But if we don't know that it's happening, I'm sharing it with you now.
Yes, sir.
person that smiles in your face doesn't always have your best interest.
That's
They look
true.
at your child as being something that they're better fit to guide the future of that child than you are. They haven't met this Muslim. They haven't met this man yet, and they don't even know I exist. So they may be looking at you in the same manner. They don't know the man that you are, you know. So we have to expose ourselves more. Even the Muslim world. The Muslim world is promoting al-Islam as a leader. Not the Black African American Muslim. They're not promoting you as the leader and I as the leader. They're promoting Muhammad the Prophet as the leader. So we have to be aware of this, that you'll look up and somebody will be taking your baby out of your house or out of your care. And in a blink of an eye, and there'll be nothing you can do about it if you approach the situation the wrong way. Yeah, sorry about that.
I wanted
I think Dr. Ramadan, just for a second to answer that pandemic versus endemic.
That's a good question. We are on the path from downgrading from a pandemic to endemic. It is debatable when we cross the line that we no longer call it a pandemic and the virus shifts to an endemic state. Okay, that's been debated. We're not there yet. The pandemic is what we've been in. Endemic is when the coronavirus is almost like the regular seasonal flu. It's at a steady state in the environment. It doesn't cause major shifts or surges that are disastrous, and we all expect it. We're not to that state yet. It's a worldwide consideration, not just a local one. You may be in various locally, you may be acting as though it was endemic, just as we are here in the US. About 92% of the areas right now have low infectivity. And so they're almost acting like the coronavirus is endemic, but it has to be looked at all over globally. And that's when the consideration is this still a pandemic? And when is it officially called endemic?
Okay, thank you.
And I think Sister Pearl was trying to,
Yeah, I was just gonna say that Imam Martin II was very astute in pointing out that he didn't want his children to be a part of this psychological experimentation. We have to be very careful about things like that. And very aware that the way they approach psychology and psychiatry may not be in keeping with what is best for our children. And I wanted to share with you that there's an emerging, I think my camera set up where you can't really read this, so I'll read it to you. Applying Islamic principles to clinical mental health, where we have now psychologists and psychiatrists that are Muslims coming together to introduce Islamically integrated psychotherapy. And this approach to psychotherapy is being really embraced by non-Muslim psychologists and psychiatrists. So we have to realize that we have a lot to contribute to the field, and we do have to be cautious and careful about the influences of other people in assessing our children's psychological state. That's something we have to, I totally agree with Imam Warthadean about that. That is something that's very critical. As he said, you'll turn around and your child won't even be with you, and you don't understand why, because they're working some kind of
right. And they undermine your authority, and where your children don't respect. Because I'm like, I didn't do nothing, and the only thing you could connect it to your child went to public school or your child went to college, and they come back from college and someone has completely undermined you as an authority to the point where they just don't trust you. They don't trust you, and you did nothing to earn their distrust.
And I bear witness, because working in the public school, Allah has blessed me to intervene on behalf of our parents, because other colleagues will question, as you said, our children. And I had to interrupt and say, hold it. In our culture, the word beat is the same as your spanking.
Yeah.
And I said, let me share with you.
We don't beat our kids.
Yes.
But other people, they can keep their children respecting them because their children fear them like their dog fears them. He don't want to get beat or starved or something. We don't do that. So we have a different approach. So they can undermine us.
I've seen them yoke their children by their hair and pull them like animals. But I'm here to bear witness that what you said is right on point. But Allah had me present when these colleagues were discussing certain cases. And I said, wait a second, you're looking at an adult who grew up and was a part of that culture. That is not that was not violent, no CPS. So I said, so I snatched that child away from them. And I said, let me tell you something. You don't ever come to the school talking about your mama beat you. You got a spanking and you know why. And he went, yeah, so, yeah. And I had to neutralize that, because they're quick to choose words that mean something more graphic, and they're the ones doing all the violence to their children. Okay, so I know that. So however, when I was speaking in the context of the spirit of what the whole conversation has been this evening, was about us devising different strategies for us collectively. So when the sister talked about writing, that was one way, but I wanted to just say, again, let our children draw also, but that was still in the context of us being in charge of that data and our own analogy.
Yes, sister, I agree with you 100%. I just wanted to add something, you know. I agree with you 100%. Just my personal experience, I wanted to add. And also, I've had people bring as a birthday gift, you thinking they're gonna bring, you know, I don't know what you bring to small children, a toy, a good book or something.
Yes.
They bringing my kids' diaries. I guess what you want them to write down what's going on in our house. I said, why don't you just set up a camera and leave a camera here or something? But my children are not about to write down what goes on in my house for you to come back the following week and read it. You can talk to me if you want to talk anything about what goes on in my house or my children. I'm like, don't keep people's kids. That's disrespectful unless you're a family member. Now, if one of my sisters had done it, or my mother's, or my auntie, then I wouldn't question it. I'd say, what you give me a diary for? I'd say, you know, diaries are personal, and they give you a lock. And I ain't never seen a diary on a lock you couldn't pick. I used to read my sisters all the time.
Yes, you right.
We have to be sharp on and be I don't know the words, guardians for our children, and be sharp of the influences that come in, and they're coming from all over.
Oh yeah.
We do have a couple questions. We do want to respect the Muslim Health Consortium.
Thank you.
As they mentioned, we'll go through them quickly. We're going to do go with Sister Tahira and then Sister Michelle. So go ahead, Sister Tahira.
Thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Ramadan Mubarak. This has been a really great discussion. I'm going to go back to some of my notes. Sister Coral, you mentioned regarding managing stress, and you spoke of following the impulse to do good, which is a really great reminder, right? And when we think about Ramadan and the experience of Ramadan, and I can speak more so from personal experiences, going to the masjid, praying with your sisters and brothers, breaking fast together, worshiping together, fellowship together, like that creates a synergy and those feel-good vibrations that really increases our endorphins, increases our faith in Allah, increases our trust in Allah, and something that also contributes to reducing stress is, I think, as you mentioned, like being a cure to stress is also letting go of the need to be in right and focusing on peace. That helps with reducing the stress. Also, okay. Also,
Yeah.
Also, focusing on the mission at hand, right? So when we focus on the mission at hand, we let go of the ego and focusing on what we believe is the answer. I also want to touch base on the whole the conversation around children and having influence over children. The masjid that I attended majority during the month of Ramadan is a Middle Eastern masjid. It's 2 exits away from my home. So it was just the convenient masjid to go to, but also their spirit was just beautiful. They were over like 500 of believers there from all over, from the age, went from grandparents to little children running around in the masala. And what that shows is like, what helps to fortify what you're speaking about in terms of having a place for these children to be in an environment that fosters, I don't know the word, but like a positive influence over their thinking, a positive influence over their upbringing is what they get in community life. And I was sitting with some teenagers, they were like from grades 10, from 9th grade to seniors. And they all shared with me that they met their friends at the masjid, and the friends who are bad influences at their school, they let them go because they have friends at the masjid. So with social media and all of the influences that they're there and they're not going anywhere. But when we have alternatives for young sisters who I was sitting with to say, I can let go of that friend who's drinking, I can let go of that friend who's smoking because they have positive influences. And then I'm gonna end with this. So you speak about men and fathers and having the men establish those perimeters for community life to thrive. My husband, Antar, he wrote this book. It's a workbook, actually. It's called Dare to Think Beyond, The Philosophy of Father. And it's the African-American father, wake up, clean yourself up, and start thinking for yourself. This is a book that he wrote. And back when he was probably like in his 30s or 40s, maybe 50s, he started an organization called Father. And what they did was it was a group of men, and they created safe spaces for young children to be children, whether they were Muslim, non-Muslims, whatever their religion is, and give example, like they would have community parties, right? Where the men were guarding the perimeters. They had police officers who were strapped. So the gang members want to come in, you can come in, but you have to leave your gun outside. So these children were able to do what they do, have fun, enjoy the social environment, and not fear that there's going to be a fight at the end. And then I'll say this, during the Ramadan session, there were some of the speakers who, like Imam Muhammad II was saying that, he needs support to really do this mission as it needs to be done. But I know, like, I was thinking of Imam Abdulaziz. Imam Muhammad mentioned, like, I need that energy there. Like Imam Abdulaziz is someone who I can see helping to bring this out, right? Also, Brother Hafiq Jr., he also has that energy and that thought process that can help push forth this mission and this vision. Also, Brother Adil, he has that energy, that foresight that can help bring forth that mission. And my humble opinion, which is always a humble opinion, I think that the majority of the support is going to come from new people. It's not going to come from trying to pull in those old people that are with, and I'm not talking about old in terms of age. I'm talking about old in terms of we need new blood. We need new blood. We need, that's what's going to bring this thing forward. And I believe that every person has a role. Everybody plays a part. And with that said, there's no right role for the overall goal, because we all have roles, from whether you're a philosopher, you are the health team, you are religious teacher, you are the generals, you are the soldiers, you are the warriors. There are warriors and soldiers that's just waiting for orders, right? So we need people to march out to deliver those orders. So I'm going to end there. Oh, and I'm gonna say this. Sister Najma mentioned about men and the treatment of women. It's not just only men outside of this religion. We can look inside and see how men among us, how do they treat their wives? How do they treat their daughters? That's where we have to also focus on as well, because when the men treat their wives good, those wives will be an example and a testimony to those other sisters who are feeling some type of way about the mistreatment, that it doesn't happen over here. But when you have Muslim men who are mistreating their women in-house, then how can a woman really fully advocate towards the treatment of the women when you see your sister being mistreated by her husband? So, and also it goes both ways too, women as well. But I'll end there. Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam.
Excellent, excellent.
100%.
What I like is that she speaks, she trusts us. Like when you said about faith, she trusts that what she's saying. So she's not hesitating to say a good word, to teach a good word. And I agree 100% that we are the grandparents, and the people that we were calling old are the great grandparents, some of them great grandparents. We need the parents. Where are our parents? We need young sisters like herself and that age group to take the role of responsibility of leading our communities. I was watching something, they was 10 years old. They were talking about the presidents, the founding fathers of the United States. They were like in their 20s. Thomas Jefferson, you know, and all of them, when they were writing, doing the work that they were doing, they were like in their 20s. I don't even trust my kids when they were 20 with my car keys, not alone the whole country. So we gotta, something ain't right. We need to let these young people come up and step forward and take their role as leadership. And I would welcome you all. You know, I would, if the young people said they would come in here to do the work, to help me with the work or either lead me, I would gladly take a back seat, you know, immediately. We need
I want to
them. Mm-hmm.
I want to endorse what Sister Tahira said, everything 100%. And especially the idea about creating their social environments. And we talked about this last first Sunday. Years ago, we had a prom, a community prom. Our masjid had a community prom for anybody in the neighborhood from any high school that was graduating. At that time, we had Woody Crest, we had our gym. And as she said, they knew the Muslims were throwing a prom. So there was no guns, there was no weapons, there was no alcohol. And you knew that we let the girls come in with their prom dresses. You didn't have to cover your hair. They would let the girls come in with their prom dresses, but they weren't coming in, you know, they knew they were coming into a Muslim environment. They had so much fun. They enjoyed the prom more than the Muslim kids liked the prom. They wanted to know when, because as she said, they knew the parents loved it. The young people knew that they weren't going to have to worry about violence. They knew that since the Muslims were running it, it was going to be secure. We have to offer the culture in the context that we want it to be, and they will come and they will see the beauty of our faith. My husband is in the background. I keep saying, why don't you come on the camera if you want to talk? But he's right. They're looking for us. And I agree when she said 100% that we are not we should not be trying to appeal to the people that are already here and have chosen whether or not to give support. I keep telling people, Imam Muhammad's work has not started yet. Imam Muhammad was giving dawah to his father's people.
What shut you all down the prime? What I'm just asking what year, because before we lost the property on Stony Island, you know, where Minister Farrakhan is a Mass Mariam, Imam Muhammad was there for 10 experimental years.
Yes.
And they shut us down. We had people teenagers coming from miles around, gang environment. The lights were even dim. They danced and partied. They did the popular dances. There was no vote there. Now, Imam used to give a khutbah at Juma about what he saw going on there. So the dances, he would criticize them, but it was a work in progress. I believe that we were shut down because the clubs in the cities where the young adults go when they come home from college or where, you know, I think that some of them might have had Islamic names on them and they didn't want to see that happen. So they shut us down. Stony Island.
But that Stony Island model is a model for us today. If you look at the bylaws from Stony Island, if you look the way Imam Muhammad conducted the meetings, it is something that our imams should be studying, his method of how he ran that masjid, the way he ran the committees. That is, my husband's still talking, the cultural center, but it is a model for us today. And it is my belief that Imam Muhammad's work, his mission, he was designing blueprints. As I said last month, he was designing blueprints for building cities, not just building masajid. And his community has not yet started. There's been a sorting that's gone on. So now people have gone where their interests are. And that's good, because then you get birds of a feather flock together. But those people who really want to see Imam Muhammad's blueprints built into reality, as you said before, you were talking about how publishing, doing different, putting the information out there. We have the information. We have the information. Now we have to take that information and become like the Prophet was a walking Quran. We have to be a walking demonstration of what Imam Warthaddin Muhammad represented to all of us. And I pray to Allah that this COVID experience has also been a sorting for us to value each other more. I know when I see believers now after COVID, I might have just liked them before. Now I love them. People that I loved before, it's like I want to grab them and hug them. It just intensified my value for goodness. And the people who I didn't like before, I'm a little more tolerant of them. I'm giving them a little bit more grace in my mind. So
I want to add one more thing in there too, excuse me. So also something that I appreciate about Imam Muhammad II, right? What everyone says about you, and it's obvious, like you are very sincere, and it shows that Allah has favored you and that Allah is guiding you. And with that sincere leadership, people who say they support need to support. And that is being consistent and showing up to the function, showing up to the work that is already established, right? Because it goes back to like focusing on the mission. I'm looking at my notebook, by the way, focusing on the mission and letting go of the ego. Like if Allah has designated Imam Muhammad II in the position of a leader and leadership, and it's like, it's our responsibility to support that. So as you talked about, like developing, this is where I want to go, like developing a relationship with Allah, right? Speaking to Allah is like, that is the key ingredient to leadership. And that is the key ingredient to success, being spiritually guided and having those people who are experts in their field to anchor and put those columns up so that we can move forward. Out in there. Assalamu
alaikum. You got me fired up.
Yes.
And we want the book, Brother Anton, may Allah be pleased with him. we're working on, my husband is working on something with some brothers to work on this father and issue. So maybe we can purchase Brother Antar's book and study it.
What he told me is this. He said he wants this book to be for free. He doesn't want this book to be sold. However, I only have 3 copies. That means that I'm not paying for printing and I'm not paying for shipping. So if you send, if anyone who's interested, I don't know how many pages it is. I would have to figure out the price. I think it's like 100 pages or 98 pages, whatever the price is to ship and whatever the price is to print, I will send it, and he wants it to be distributed throughout so you all can do what you do with it. So I'll be willing to print it and ship it, inshallah.
We'll pay for it.
And we'll pay for it, alhamdulillah.
That's alhamdulillah.
That will be wonderful. I was so excited to hear that model that those youth had about selecting their friends in the masjid, and that they voluntarily did that. That was so advanced. That's how supportive environments are developed spontaneously. You make the conditions right, and the kids see that those conditions are right for them. They will make those decisions themselves. They will begin to select their friends, and that unit will grow and grow and grow because the environment was made correct for it to grow. Sometimes that's how we have to do is, make the soil right, make it loose, and don't plant it too deep, and water it, and the seed it will start growing itself. And I think that's what would happen with the children if the environment is right for them. And if it's not, then they will just languish and be influenced by whatever ill wind blows across them.
Absolutely. Because Ramadan for me, like this is one of my best Ramadans ever. Yes. And Ramadan is just the clear vision and example of how we should be living our lives. Yes. So that, because if you think about it, we're all like, now is this not only a spiritual high, it's so much inspiration, it's so much hope, it's so much, it's just nothing but endless possibilities and strong faith and strong trust. And it's just an amazing way to live life, right? And then again, you see the tangible, like we're coming together as a community and we are interfacing with non-Muslims. That is an example of how life is supposed to be. Yeah. And alhamdulillah.
I think especially this Ramadan, it occurred right after COVID. COVID kept us in the house. It kept us with the children. It kept us home from work. It kept us looking at one another, which we hadn't done. They were going their way and we were going ours. But being in the house and looking at the children and seeing some of the problems of the children, which should have been for us eye-opening. And then to have it followed by Ramadan, this also is always eye-opening. So it's a condition, a proper condition that was developed here that for us to take full advantage of. We see the needs of the children and the emotional problems that developed. And we were in a position to look at it closely and watch our children closely. And, the spiritual elevation from Ramadan, it's to me, it's a ripe environment. It's a ripe environment for those things that we're discussing now. And inshallah, we can develop something from this moment in time.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Dr. Ramadan. We do have, we'll take with that one last question that's been patiently waiting. Sister Michelle, if you'll go ahead, and then those of you who we don't get to, please hold your comments for the chat or maybe expressing them later in the program. We do have a power-packed program still ahead. And if y'all realize, man, y'all got it going today. Y'all know this is the second Ramadan set. I mean, this is the second first Sunday that we had this month during Ramadan.
Yeah.
The first one was April 3rd, and then today is May the 1st. So we've had 2 first Sundays during this blessed month of Ramadan. So it's been truly a blessing. And we could feel that this blessed month. We can feel it in the air, inshallah. So Sister Nichelle, you'll close out the question part for the Muslim Health Consortium. And please, Dr. Ramadan, Dr. Imam Dr. Ramadan, Nurse Coral Kadar, and I think Sister Nurse Saisa, and all of the Muslim Health Consortium that's on after the question is answered, please feel free to make your closing remarks, and then we'll transition to the next portion of our program, which will be the Quranic Arabic discussion with Imam Muhammad. So go ahead, Sister Nichelle.
Assalamu alaikum. Ramadan Mubarak, everyone.
Ramadan Mubarak.
I'm one of the silent members of the Muslim Health Consortium. I don't have a question. Actually, I have a comment regarding the children, because education is my background, and that's why I'm mostly silent, because my co-members are, their background is health and mine is education. So majority of the time, I just look to them and, try to do some support. But in general, one of the things that comes to mind is a song, one of the Muslim groups that we had years ago, I guess in the early 80s or late 80s, early 90s, had this song, Good-Hearted People Must Rise. And they said we have a common enemy. And, we all recognize this common enemy. Shaitan is behind it. But I think it's incumbent on every parent, teacher, adult, every older person, regardless of our age, all those who are concerned and who may be potential mentors, to just pay attention to our children and pay attention to the media, because it's not just the social media. It's like we are in competition with all the media influences, and they're oppressing our children. They're oppressing us too. But as far as how the children are, receiving it, and we don't have the same way of seeing everything that they see as it was when, as we were growing up, television, can see what they're seeing on TV and just turn it off. But with all the technology that they're using, and they're, exposed to so many different things, they're comparing themselves to these images on social media, which have these there's false perceptions of people representing themselves. And it makes people look down on themselves when they compare themselves to these false representations. And also the people in the public, whether it's the stars, all the different stars and music and entertainment, even many of the community and political leaders are promoting such immorality and degradation as normal and acceptable. And this is what our children are growing up. We can look at it and see the difference, but our children are eating this up. But I also want us to remain optimistic, because my health has not allowed me to be in and around the community as much, for the past 25 years. But I've been in and out. This pandemic has given me an opportunity to be a little bit more exposed. But the times that I have come around young people, the Muslims, and I compare it to them to children and youth that I've seen who are not in our community. When I listen to young people speak, I'm talking about, for example, I have home health aides who come to assist me, and they, you know, many of them are young, they might be 18. I listen to them speak and see what's on their mind, and I listen to what they're listening to. You know, it makes me roll my eyes, it makes me sigh, cry, want to scream. And anytime, and this is going back even before when I was more involved with the community, and I would, you know, like look at the children in the schools and look at the children in the masjid. My observation has always been that I can roll my eyes a little less, you know, even though I hear the parents maybe complaining about what their children are doing and pulling their hair out. When I see the Muslim children in general, it's always, they're not that bad. You know, it's not as bad as, you know, those who don't have the influences we have. So that's why I want us to really remain optimistic, keep the niyyah that we're going to help them to hear and receive the guidance and find their way or find their way back, you know, and just know that these enemies that are oppressing them, we have our ways of how we deal with oppression, you know, with our hand, with our voice, or in our heart. And whichever ways that we can do it, that's what we have to do. But just in terms of relating individually to our children, whether they are the sons and daughters or whichever children that we are around in our community, in our environments, children and young people, try to find ways. Coral was saying something earlier about, you know, expressing that, you know, you look good today, or, you know, you look beautiful, giving that compliment. Observe them and try to find ways to compliment them and give them that boost. And some of the things that they might be doing, you might want to criticize. Try to find the best construction on it, you know. And I give the example, if you see a child doing some type of dance that's you know, it's un-Islamic, notice that, well, you are really athletic, you're really coordinated, you know, you can really make some moves, and try to bring them to a center, you know, because there's nothing wrong with them dancing and exercising. Wow, you really getting a good workout with that. Try to make that comment before you let them know how it's not Islamic. Try to, if they're writing some lyrics and they're following what they're you know, hearing, and it's you know, in that same vein of this, you know, these negative lyrics and so forth, mention how they're talented, how they're creative. And if they're that creative, challenge them to do the same thing without profanity, without vulgarity. You know, you have that creative brain. I bet you can do something without putting that, you know, disgustingness into it. You know, and I'm not saying to you say it in those terms, but try to observe them and be ready to really listen to them. Really listen to them. And you have to brace yourself, you know, ahead of time, because a lot of what they're saying and what they're doing is going to be things that you might not want to hear and see. But brace yourself and listen to them, listen to what they're listening to with them. Try and play the games with them if they're into games. You know, like, show me how to play this game. What is this about? And do it without judgment, and just hear where they are and hear where they're coming from. What do you like about this? Or how come? Try to get into them from that angle. And then you can kind of follow the logic to its logical conclusion and advise them out of it. Oh, that's what you think? Well, you know, what do you think about how this person is behaving or acting? And then you can just drop little suggestions on them without chastising, without, you know, like putting them down, to kind of give them another way. You just dropping, you know, planting seeds to kind of make them grow. And I've seen this work with my nieces and nephews, and seeds take a long time to grow, you know, so it might not be an automatic reaction, but you just keep, you know, you just keep that niyyah that you're going to help them. You keep the optimism that these are children who have heard Quran, who have made salat, who have, you know, even the children who are in our community that may have not, but that they have what Allah put in all of us, you know, that we have that deen inside of us, and that they can recognize it and be drawn and attracted to something positive over the negative filth. You know, a lot of times they're not getting an alternative. You know, the children who aren't in our community, they're not hearing something positive to build up. You know, they're hearing a beat, you know, and, you know, sometimes I take my phone, sometimes I hear a good beat, you know, because we grew up in the age of when rap music just started. And, you know, I was, and I'll hear a beat. And I'll say, oh, I wonder who that is. You know, that sounds promising. And I'll take my Google microphone and listen to this. And then I'll read the lyrics, and it's just so disgusting. Like, it's like nothing redeeming, you know? And a lot of the music is not even good, you know? It's like, it's rare that I can even hear that good beat. A lot of the music doesn't even sound, it's not melodic, it's not harmonious, it's just noise, you know? But this is what they're hearing. This is what they're being fed. So this is their culture. This is their age, their time. So we have to try to give them something, like I said, just plant the seeds and try to give them like a few hints and a few clues along the way to have some positive impact. I also wanted to say something about the diaries. I used to use journals with my students and also with my nieces and nephews. And I think that I would allow my children to use those journals, but it's a journal. It's not a diary, dear diary, and this is my secret. It's a journal that you're using to express yourself. And I'm also going to read it. You know, I want you to share it with me. When you write certain things, share with me what you've read or what you've drawn, or however you've expressed yourself artistically. I want to hear some of the things that you're sharing. And one more point I would make, just in terms of children, you know, with their creativity. I used to tell my nieces and nephews to listen to the Quran, listen to Quranic recitation, and draw. Just while you're listening to it, just draw. Whatever comes to your mind, just draw it in. And if they want to write rhymes, first listen to Quran, you know, read the Quran, you know, listen to it in Arabic, read the English that you can understand before you go and write a rhyme, you know. Oh, come on, Michelle, that's so corny. But, you know, sometimes they will say it's corny or whatever, but they will still go and do it. And as long as you doing the other things that I said, like not pushing them so down. I remember when the style of baggy pants was, you know, that was it first came out, like not wearing the belt and letting the boys showing their underwear. And I told my nephew, he said, there's nothing wrong with that style. He says, it's not hurting anybody. I said, it's not hurting anybody to walk around showing your underwear. He said, no, who is it hurting? I said, you're right. You know what? I said, I'm going to tell your father to start. I'm going to suggest a style to your father. You know, I want him to take his underwear and wear it on his head like a really cool hat. I know he could style it, you know. And whenever time he want to wear this hat is like when he go to your school, you know, we go around you, your friends, like that's it. And he was like, oh, that's disgusting. I said, but it's not hurting anybody. Who is it hurting? For him to wear, if he wanted to wear his underwear on his head. And so he was, oh, come on, Aunt Michelle, that's nonsense. So as we kind of went back and forth, and he's like thinking about this and looking at, and then every time I would see someone with the baggy pants, I would just look and say, not hurting anybody, right? Look at the bacteria that's probably getting into his skin because he's exposed, you know. And I would have these conversations with him, but he would debate, you know, and we would go back and forth. And sometimes I would see somebody and I would just laugh, you know, or I would have so many different interactions with him, and we just kept it open. Then when his other cousins came around, we would have these lively debates and so forth. And so it was always like a conversation, a communication. I didn't have to worry about telling him not to wear it because his mother told him that. And I don't know if he did it when nobody was looking, but, you know, he basically, you know, he wasn't doing it, but he was saying that it was nothing wrong with it. And we had these conversations. Same thing with rap music. We had similar conversations about rap music and vulgar language and what it means and, so forth. So it's like allowing them to express themselves without always just telling them you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong. Hearing what they're really thinking, because like Imam W.D. Muhammad II was saying, they're so intelligent. It's like this technology is opening them up to so much. But with all this that they're being opened up to, it's no guidance. It's just it's not a good intelligence. They don't know what to do with it. So this is how I believe that we can kind of help to guide them, using everything we know out of Quran, and us too, reading the Quran before we approach, making dua, saying Fatiha before we approach them. And like I said, really bracing yourself and get ready. But we also have to look at how we are addicted to technology as well. And they, so whatever, how we may be also being oppressed and influenced by whatever is going on out in the society and in this social media and so forth. So we have to look at ourselves and what we're doing and try to, improve it for ourselves, and also, be open and listen to our children before we talk to them. Okay, I'm sorry it took so much time, but I just heard a lot of wisdom from what you all were saying. And then it was just, this is my field, this is my heart. It makes me, my heart breaks to hear that a small child talking about taking their lives. But I can see it. I can see why, because the society just looks so ugly, they said, Jibril said, how could it, when he first saw the creation, he said, how could anybody go wrong? And then after he saw what the devil did to it, how could anybody go right? So how can our children go right in this society, if not for our faith and trust and belief in them? And let them know we believe in them. Let them know that we think that they are better than this, and that they, we have to give them these positive affirmations and these positive signs, and really believe in your heart that they can do it. They can come out. Or if they look like they've gone astray, they've made some errors, made some false, some poor choices, they can come back. They can come back.
I love you, Sister Tawfiq. I haven't heard your voice since we were at the convention in 2019, right? When Robin, before she passed. And I don't know if you remember the conversation that we had, that watched my father for many years make dua for the people, for the believers that supported the ministry. And you're one of those people. I knew the Kadar family, but I ain't gonna put my people out there like that. But there's a handful of y'all out there that are like closer to me than family, and you one of them. In my heart, I love you.
I love you too. I love you too, Imam.
And I just have to add, since Michelle is just as sharp with science. She's an educator, but she's an invaluable member of the science team.
Wow.
She can hold the conversations with us, challenging and analyzing data and stuff, just right along with everybody else. So I appreciate her humility. If she wanted to come on in this discussion, she would be very, very capable. And believe me, she'll debate with me and get me cornered. And she's brilliant.
She's guided. You can tell her spirit.
I tell you, we've been friends for a long time because we were members of the Muslim Youth Thrust. That's another. I won't go into that. But what she's saying about working with young people, I've known her for so many years and watched her, and young people have an affinity towards her. This is not just theory for her. My children, she just has a way with them that they just gravitate towards her and love her.
She's a believer, and she's one of our
yes. What she's saying is tried and true. It's not just theory. I'm a witness to the fact that young people appreciate her approach.
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah.
Yeah, we appreciate her. She, she's part of the Mosque Cares, and I used to hear her name and see her, but I got to meet her in 2019.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah. And forgive me, but we got to recognize you. And if you're available to maybe do a first Sunday, we're going to put you on our schedule, inshallah. You let us know, or we'll reach out to you, and or you can let us know. Yeah. If you're available to do one, inshallah.
That would be great.
Inshallah.
Great.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because the children, we can hear sincerity. I'm grandpa, I don't have any grandchildren yet. I should, but that's a long story.
And then when I was homeschooling, my mother's an educator, so I got a lot from her, but I used Michelle as a resource for helping me to figure out how I was going to homeschool my children. Wow. And she was very patient with me. She guided me. I remember I was always trying to make them smarter, and I'm going to give him, he's in the 4th grade, but I'm going to give him a 6th grade. I'm going to give him a 6th grade math book. And she was like, well, Coral, I think maybe because she was a math is really her area of expertise. Okay. She would say, what I would do is, I think I would take him back to the 3rd grade and look and strengthen him, take him back. Don't go forward, go back and see if he's been given the right foundational work. And she would give me such wise advice that I still use to this day. So I think her as a first Sunday, she could speak about so many things, but definitely as an educator.
Whatever she wants to speak about. The value of good people is, you can't put a price on it. And that's what our world and our society is missing, is sincere, intelligent people who have proven, not just proven, not just intelligent, but are proven. We recognize them, that they're not always going to push their way to the front. They're not always going to be in positions of leadership, but we have to recognize them and bring them to the front, because that's something that we always, we observe it amongst our membership in the community, but we never seem to have a solution, for that. We're not passive at all. I'm sure the sister's not passive. When we're not a passive people, but we always say, why don't the good people come? Because we have faith and we trust Allah, and we're not like that. Allah describes man as being headstrong. We've heard Allah warn us about that we should think and have patience and look for Allah's guidance, So since we know we're like that, like Luzon is going to speak, he gonna get me for taking up all his time. But Luzon is another one. He's another one, a good brother, very, very good brother. And he's a role model for any child in any situation. There's a lot of us, but we have to do a better job of those of us that can see that in a person, that our lives are calm enough with not too many distractions in our life, that we can see the sincere, the value of the sincere believers in our community. We have to put them in positions where they can share the wisdom that they have with the rest of the community. Yeah, because we could change the problem overnight if our leaders were people like yourself, and we got y'all here. We don't make a bad team, but there are more that can come in, like Sister Tawfiq. So alhamdulillah. Yeah, I'm done.
Alhamdulillah. Okay, so we'll allow this time for the rest of the Muslim Health Consortium to make their parting remarks, and then we'll go ahead and proceed to the Quranic Arabic discussion with Imam Ila Muhammad. So, Dr. Ramadan.
Yes. Okay. Assalamu alaikum. I would just like to say that as we come out of this fasting month of Ramadan, that I am so enthusiastic. I am so happy and proud to have observed the evolution and the progress of this community over the years. And it's just culminated in this month of Ramadan to see the spiritual development and to feel the growth and to feel the believers and the spirit. And it's like the Imam said, the goodness is on the rise. And despite all of the things that we can see going on, 1 million people having died of COVID and all, I see the great green shoot sprouts coming out and growing so strongly that have been planted over the years, and they're just getting stronger and stronger. And it just makes me happy to know that going into the future, that things in this community are in good hands. Alhamdulillah.
Allahu Akbar.
Allahu Akbar.
Allahu Akbar.
Alaikum. This is Sister Saisa. Thank you so much for giving us this opportunity, Brother Imam, and the members of First Sunday, the nation of our community. I do want to say, I probably may have been said before, I don't know, I didn't hear it today necessarily, but I want to give a lot of thanks to Sister Fitra Muhammad and the Study Al-Islam crew. I've been listening pretty much, I've caught most of the sessions this time, giving us a deeper understanding of the wonderful attributes of Allah. I'm certainly no Arabic and or Islamic scholar, but it's just for joy and comfort to my heart to hear those children reciting Quran from Bermuda and some from our masjid at the Nation's Mosque. I want to thank Sister Fitra again, her daughter, her son-in-law, and all others that are with her. I think that that's contribution between the first Sunday here and her everyday contribution has really fulfilled my heart. And I hope the hearts of all of our other members. And I want to give credit where it's due. May Allah bless her and keep her and help our community to continue to grow. Thank you.
And where can we find that? Study Al-Islam? Where? Study Al-Islam and Sister Fitra, where is that from?
Sister Fitra Muhammad from Al Masjid, the Nation's Mosque, one of
In DC.
Imam Talib's. Well, she's a member there, but Study Al-Islam comes on, she has a phone number you call and an access code. And then during the rest of the year, when it's not Ramadan, she has it once a week, usually on Sunday mornings at 10 o'clock. But during Ramadan, she has it every day.
Alhamdulillah. Did you want to share that information in case any of our listeners would like to join?
If you go online and just Google in Study Al-Islam, you will probably see her website. And it's dedicated to all of she's been doing this since at least 2014, maybe before then. But during Ramadan, of course, it's every day. Just during the regular year is once a week. And she has all kinds of speakers from all over the country that come on and give beautiful words of wisdom on whatever topic that they've chosen to talk about, that she has, chosen for them to talk about. Sisters and brothers who are knowledgeable in the faith and give us, I guess you could say many khutbahs, little khutbahs about different things. And this year she included having children from the Bermuda Sister Clara Muhammad School, some children of which are really learning Al-Hafiz. She's given them an opportunity to give the Islamic Quranic recitation and then to interpret in English what they're saying. So those children and children from our school at the nation's capital in DC. So it's been just beautiful information on top of beautiful information. And I enjoy her and I want to thank her again.
Alhamdulillah. I'm aware of it. I just wanted you to share that with the audience. And they actually performed at our convention in the last one we had together in New Jersey. I believe that was 2019. Yeah, please give her the greetings. She's family. She was married to my first cousin for a while. You all probably remember the communicator, Wali Muhammad. And we had some good times. I remember when her daughter was born. Yeah. And we're family. She's still my cousin, and she still calls my dad Uncle Wallace. So alhamdulillah, maybe we have her on, inshallah, one first Sunday. Yeah, thank you, sister. Your name again?
I'm Sister Say.
Okay, yeah, please extend the greetings from us here at the Mosque.
Yes, sir, will do. Alhamdulillah.
Sister Saisa is another invaluable professional member of this health consortium who's been, I can't even say how blessed we are to have her expertise, her excellence, her professionalism. I mean, and she also is a master's educated nurse that is a nurse educator. She teaches nurses. So I don't know how she does all the things that she does. I mean, she's still working, and she does, you know, she was the health team leader for the nation's mosque for some 10 or 12 years, I think. And she just retired, but I'm kind of scoping out that she doesn't seem like she's fully retired, but you know, she retired so that she could do other things, but she's still keeping us aware of what's going on and, you know, on her job, on her post.
Yeah, alhamdulillah.
The Lord's help.
Was that everyone from the Muslim Health Consortium?
Mr. Coral?
Yes, thank you so much. Eid Mubarak.
Yeah, Eid Mubarak, alhamdulillah.
Ramadan Mubarak and Eid Mubarak. And thank you so much. And Brother Luzan, I think we owe him another.
But you know what? Not really, because we didn't take his time. We got 2 more programs.
Yeah,
Is Akbar here today?
Brother
Abdul Rashid Akbar and Imam Elam. So I thought about that. So let me catch myself.
I think
I didn't take that. Y'all took his time. I didn't take his time.
Yes, I know.
I took Elam's time and I took Akbar's time. I ain't messing with Luzan. I need him.
I think we need to bring him back again. That's all I want to say. I'm being selfish though.
We're gonna stay here, y'all. You know, we're gonna tape it for you if you gotta go. And we're gonna be here with Luzan. That's my man.
Also when
everything you got to say. And hopefully he has the energy he needs.
When you bring him on, I had an event with him and people had questions. I had non-Muslims that wanted to hear from the plant doctor. So I think we need to promote him Islamically for his leadership as an imam, but also we need to promote him as a scientist also because non-Muslims would come just to hear from the plant doctor.
That's true. That's true. I've benefited from him. You know, just the last thing, everything he tells me is good advice. The last thing he told me was about the houseplants needing less water. I don't know how he must have psychically knew I was overwatering my plants. Maybe we all do it, but he saved my plants over this winter just with that advice he gave me. Yeah. Alhamdulillah. And he's a wise imam. That's his greatest value is like Sister Nichelle and yourself and others. It's their being believers all these years. You know, they've had the Holy Quran, and their teacher was Imam W.D. Muhammad. You know, you all teachers. So hey, we got some powerful people when it comes to spreading the good word of the wisdom and the beauty of the Quran and the beauty of our creation. See, our Quran is a living book, and a lot of people don't realize our leaders don't just teach scripture; they teach life and creation. You know, and the value of and the relationship between the Creator and creation. You know, their book is the universe. Their book is the earth we stand on. Their book is the air we breathe. The
That's
water,
right.
You know, I mean, this brother can read anything. I mean, he's like one of the greatest scientists you will find ever anywhere. And there's a lot of them that I feel the same way about that. A lot of believers in our community, I feel the same way. I wish more people felt the same way that I feel. And the world would be a better place because we'll put our leaders out front and we would trust them and listen to them like the wise of the old and from our ancestors would listen to the wise in their community, and they didn't have to wear a badge or come with any great accolades or great wealth. Just people knew that this is the person with the answers, you know. And I'm not introducing them right now, but I want to. Alhamdulillah.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you all. I believe believe that was everyone, correct? Is it, all right. Thank you, Dr. Imam Dr. Ramadan and Nurse Coral, Sister Michelle Tafi, Sister Saisa Neal, Brother Ron, who I didn't see today, but we thank you all for the tireless work that you all have been doing. I think it's been like, we going on 3 years straight. Y'all been nonstop. And we appreciate you all. And it's glad
and they all vets in their own right.
Yeah.
You know, they not know what they call it. Y'all not new. Y'all true to it. They not new. They true. They've been around and successful in their careers, and some are still working. You know, so alhamdulillah.
Right. It's good to have you back, Imam Ramadan.
Thank you.
Have you back.
Good to be back.
Alhamdulillah.
Allahu Akbar.
So without further ado, we're gonna let the Muslim Health Consortium handle their business, do what they have to do with their families and loved ones. And we're gonna turn it over to Imam Elam and with the Quranic Arabic discussion.
Brother Qadar, Imam Qadar. Yeah. Give us a brief, brother. Ramadan Mubarak. You look.
Assalamu alaikum, my beloved.
You looking good too. You looking good. Alhamdulillah, bright, shining. Yeah.
Respecting you, sir. Respecting you, sir.
Yeah, I know. Thank you. Alhamdulillah.
Assalamu alaikum, Dr. Ramadan, Imam Ramadan. It's good seeing y'all, and may Allah continue to bless this beautiful, beautiful institution.
Amen.
And our president, and the people that's helping you to keep it alive. You're in our prayers consistently, constantly. Yes, sir. And on the night of power, I was making prayer for you, your family.
I know it. Don't tell. I don't want nobody to mess with y'all, man. I got some special people out there, and this is a public forum. I got some special family out there.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I love y'all to death. And
we love you today. We love you.
Thank a lot for you. Yeah, thank a lot for you. Appreciate it.
And we love this community. May Allah bless us.
I know it.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum
assalam.
All right, Imam Elam. We do want to, we do have the Quranic Arabic discussion with Imam Elam, and then we have followed by the business and technology with Brother Abdul Rashid Akbar. And then that will be followed by Imam Muhammad II, and then we'll have our featured guest speaker, which will be Imam Luzan Muhammad. Imam Elam, we're going to turn the floor over to you.
Okay, thank you. Would you? Thank you. You did. Yeah, assign me as co-host. Okay. We're going to, with the Islamic discussion today, we're going to deal with the attributes of Allah. However, when I say with the attributes of Allah, it's the verses from the chapter 59, Al-Hashr, and it's verses 22, 23, 24. And this can be a dua, you know, it's Quran. And so, and basically what you want to be able to do with the Arabic discussion, you're learning how to read the Quran. So basically, Imam Muhammad put it this way, that you want to be able to pick up a Quran, the Arabic Quran, and be able to read it wherever you pick it up at. I mean, whatever part you pick up, and to some degree, be able to understand what you're reading. So you want to be able to understand what you're reading. And so with that, you know, it's a step-by-step process of learning the Arabic language. And the first is you have to learn the alphabet, the ABCs, Aleph, Ba, Ta. And then you have to learn how to put the alphabets together into words. And then once you learn how to put the Arabic letters into words, now you have to learn the grammar. And so we want to read the Quran. And so this Quranic Arabic grammar. And so once you learn the alphabet, the next, when you go into your studies, the next you understand that the Arabic language is made of three things: nouns, verbs, and particles. Ismun, harfun, fi'lun. Ismun, fi'lun, harfun. Nouns, verbs, and particles. Nouns, as is said in English, is person, place, or thing. In Arabic, it's person, place, or thing. Adjectives, adverbs, and pronouns. And then fi'lun is verbs, particles. Many of them is prepositions, but there's other things as particles also. So preposition stands out because you use them a lot. So with the verse that the verses that we're working with, you will see nouns, which is the attributes of Allah. They're nouns. The word for noun is ismun, and nouns is el isma'u, the nouns or the names. That's what ismun means, names also. And so, and the attributes that that start out with Allah and Rahman and Rahim, they're there up until you get to Mutakabir. So they're in order. And so when we look at this verse, 22, we see a pronoun. So you have to learn pronouns. You have to learn nouns and pronouns when you're first starting out. So let me get the whiteboard up. So the pronouns, I'm just going to put a few of them. You got ana, means I. Anta means you. Remember, I'm using a mechanical pencil, and it's hard to write on this whiteboard. Anta means you, male. Anti means you, female. Then you have huwa. That means he. You have hiya. It's she. So we're going to stop with that. Anna means I. Anta means you, male. Anti means you, female. Huwa means he. Hiya means she. So when we look at the start of this verse, verse 22, starts out with a pronoun. Huwa means he. The next you have a noun. How do we know it's a noun? Nouns are they're definite and indefinite, and nouns starts out with this definite, has aleph lam first, and the last letter has a dhamma. Now, verbs can affect these, and preposition can affect them, and when they do, the last letter will change. Also, okay, so it's definite, you have to have al. It means the, al, the. If it's indefinite, there's no aleph lam, and the last letter has a double dhamma, un. It's called tanween, un. And so the definite nouns are definite and indefinite. So the next word is Allah's name. Allahu. And it's not being affected. So we know it's definite. Why? Because al is there. And we know, like I said, you have al. Oops. Al. And the last letter has a dhamma. Al is in there. Actually, I can't do it that way. I have to actually break it apart for you. Okay, so the last letter has a dhamma. So if you look at, and Imam Muhammad, he agrees with the majority of the scholars, is that Allah is actually a combination of two words, Alif Lam, Al, And there's another word. Ilahun. And what happens is that to make the word Allah, the aleph has to be removed. And then the two L's and this to the right is more of calligraphy or design. But the shadda lets you know that it's two L's, not three. So you have aleph. One of the lambs has the shed. What the shadda is over the lamb, and that means there's two L's. And the first one would have a sukoon, and the next one would have the vowel marking, the last. Then because it's definite, so that's how you have Allahu. Allahu.
I started off and didn't realize I didn't have no answers for me.
Okay, somebody please mute your phone. So you have Allahu. So again, it's a combination of two words, al and ilahun, and it's Allahu. The gentleman that did the translation of the, it's called the Quran dictionary. He disagreed, but you know he's of another school of thought. So that's that's him. So you have Allah, starts out with Allah. So hu Allahu. And you will see a wasla over the aleph, which means to go past the aleph and go directly to the letter that has a sukoon on it, which would be the lamb. So you have huwa, Allahu, but proper tashweed, it would be huwa, huwallahu, huwallahu. Now, if you translate it, huwa means he. I don't do putting a whole lot of English on the board. He, and then the guy. That's what you have. The guy. He, the guy. Well, now you come up with your first sentence in Arabic. You have your verb. You come in contact with the verb. One verbal sentence is that you don't see the verb, but the verb is understood. And the verb is I am, you are, he or she is. You don't see it written, it's not there, but that's what you would do. He, you have he, Allah, it will be he is Allah. He is Allah. So then you have the sentence that has a verb that you can see, and you have a sentence that does not have a verb that you can see. They call them different names, noun sentence, equational sentence, or whatever. So it's hu Allahu, he is Allah. Hu Allahu, the next is it's called a relative pronoun. And you know, it's a wasla. Again, a little sign. There's this sign, wasla, it just tells you to do something. And again, the simple way of saying is that you take the last letter of the word that comes before, you ignore the aleph, and you go to the sukoon. Excuse me. So the lamb has a shadda. Shadda means that you've got two letters, and both of them are lambs. And the first one, you have a sukoon over it, and the next one has a short aleph over it. And in fact, it's not a short aleph. It's just fatha. So huwallahu. So I broke these down just in case people have difficulties with the alphabet. Huwa is hu with a dama, then wa with a fatha. Huwa. Then we did Allah. I already did that. So Allahu. Allahu. This is actually, if you looked up in the alphabet sheet, Allahu. The next word, Aleph, Lam. This is what you would see. And this yeah makes it a long vowel sound, E sound. So it's alladhi, alladhi. Alladhi means one who. The word is alladhi, however, they have again a wasla over it, so you can combine the last letter with it. That who goes right over to here. And it will be Allahu ladhi. Hu Allahu ladhi. He is Allah. The one who or who. WHO. He is Allah, one who. Then next in the sentence, I'll take all this off. Alladhi means one who or who. The next, you have a negative. La means no, has a med over it. That's a little sign that just says make that ass sound a longer ass sound. That's all it does. Just make it a longer sound. So la, that's again for tashweed or recitation of the Quran. La, hu Allahu ladhi, la. And that makes the statement negative that follows. And then we run across the word that we had before. La ha. Had a little mad over it. That makes it longer sound. La ha. That means no God, no deity. No deity. La ilaha. La ilaha. Then you have the word illah. And illah means except or but. And so, again, let me break this out for you. La, Aleph, Lam, Aleph, and has a medda, so that's la. That's that right there. E, la, ha. That's the one above. La, ha. Then the next one, Aleph with a kasra, Lam, Aleph again. But the lam has a shedda, so it means two. The first one has sukun, il. No, it's not. La, then Aleph makes it longer. La ilaha illa. Huwa Allahu ladhi. La ilaha illa. Then next you have huwa again. Huwa means he. So no God except he. Okay, and we're used to that when you see the
Imam Elam, you still there? We lost you for a second.
Yeah, I got disconnected and then brought back in.
No
So,
problem. We still got you.
okay. So
we only lost you for about 15 seconds or so.
Yeah, it caught me by surprise. I got back on quickly. So we had La ilaha illa huwa. We're familiar with it when we say La ilaha illallah. No God except Allah. And we put before it to translate it, there is no God but Allah. There is no God except Allah. So in this case, it's La ilaha illa huwa, there is no God except He. And then next you have, again, we're dealing with chapter 59, verse 22. Come up with a noun again. But it's a unique structure. I have to put up the two things that in grammar. Again, it's not as good as I can write it, but let's see. Oh. Okay, I got about 13 minutes. I'm putting this up together. It says alimu, then the word is el-ghaibi, but the wasla, the little sign is over the aleph, means take the mu and go right to the lam. Ignore the aleph. Alimul ghaibi. Alimul ghaibi. So here's your letters. Ain, lam, dama. Alimu. And then the next word is aleph lam. So we know it's a noun. Then the ghain, the ga sound with a fatha, ra. And then the yeah with the sukoon. That's when you almost get your A in Arabic, but here it'd be a heavy A. Ray, ray, ray. Then ba with kasra, raybi. And here what you have. You actually have two nouns. This is called a Adolpha structure. An Adolpha structure you are familiar with when you read the names of the chapters of the Quran. Suratul Fatiha, that's our Adolpha structure. Suratul Baqarah, Adolpha structure. Suratul Hashr, that's what this one, Hashr, really. And so Adolpha structure, the rule I have not really went into it. So if you get anything out of this class today, is what is called the Adolpha structure. A simple Adolpha structure, or the basic Adolpha structure, is you have to have two nouns, and you reduce it down to an Adolpha structure. So, if anything, my class today is about the Adolpha structure. So you had to take two nouns. El-alimu. And you take the next one that you already see. El-ghaibu. That's your two nouns. They're two definite nouns. You have the aleph lam, means the last letter has a dhamma. The next word has the aleph lam and it has a dhamma. Two definite nouns. Okay, now we're going to make it into a Adolpha structure. To make it an Adolpha structure, basically all this says is the nor, the hidden. The nor, the hidden. You can actually make a simple sentence out of it, but I ain't gonna go into that. Okay, now to make it a dolphin structure, the first noun, you take off the aleph lam. That's it. It's still definite. It gives you indication with the last letter has the Dhamma. You remove the aleph lam. Then the next word stays the same to some degree. But what happens, instead of the Dhamma, we see the Dhamma right here. The Dhamma right here. The last letter is changed to a kasra. And why is the last letter changed to a kasra? It's because of is understood. A preposition of is understood. And you have a wasla there to make it flow together. Of is a preposition. You don't see it. It's not written. And it really says the knower of the unseen, the knower of the hidden, the knower of the hidden. We're familiar with the author structures with Rasulullahi, the messenger of Allah, Ibadullahi, the servant of Allah. So, again, the adoptive structure, the first, you take two definite nouns, which we have right here. Here's your two definite nouns. Then you take the aleph lam off the first one, and then the first one is still definite because it has a dhamma. And then the other one has the aleph lam, but preposition affect noun. And what happens is that if it's definite, the last letter gets a kasra. If it's indefinite, the last letter will get a double kasra. This is definite. So this will be alimul ghaibi, and that's what you see up here in the verse. Alimul ghaibi. And so if you look at the verse, He is Allah, the one who there is no God except He. And then now you the huwa again lets you know that you have a sentence. You have a sentence. What is that's understood. Now this is, or this verb that you cannot see, is understood. It does not affect the noun that follows it. That's just a rule about that one. So it reads, He is the knower of the hidden. He is the knower of the unseen. The last letter has a kasra because the first noun affects the second noun because of is understood. Then you have where, it just makes it a continuation, and. So basically it's saying the knower of the unseen and the knower, really that's what you have to see in your mind, the knower of the hidden. Because the next word is shahid, as shahidun, as shahidatun. Okay, so you have where. Now I can take this off. I did the adoptive structure. Take this off, and then I only got about 5 minutes and I'll be done. Okay. So you have where. Put it over here. Where means and. Where means and. Then the next word is a noun. How do we know it's a noun? It has an aleph lam. So that's the word that you see. There's a wash flow over lamb. So here's, now we had to deal with this noun. This noun, it's a noun. It's really would be shahar. Yeah, I did not do something. So let me go back and correct something. Shahada T. But really it's this one. And so I got to go back and correct that. Shahad. And I got about a couple minutes. Okay, so we're dealing with this now. Okay, you have what is called a sun letter. You have some, when they're in the structure, in the noun structure, there's some letters is called moon letters. That means they are not changed. And then there's the sun letters. It means that if the aleph lam is before it, the lamb has to be dropped, and you have to take the sun letter takes place of the lamb. Had two. So the word is really shahad that two. Shahad that two. Oh, come on. Shahad that two. So if you look it up, shahadatu or ash-shahadatu, or if you take off the aleph lam, be shahadatun. But this is shahadati because that noun that comes before the adafa structure, alimu, has a preposition, the last letter has a kasra, then so shahadati with a noun that of affects it also, shahadati. So he's a knower of the unseen and the seen or witness, the seen. The word is shahadatu. So here I'm gonna end with explaining a sun letter. What you see is this. You actually see written al. Then you see the seen. Then you have the H. And I really got to correct it. Shahadati, shahada, then tamabuta. It makes it feminine. This is feminine. Ash-shahadati. Ash-shahadati. But what you have to see in your mind, you got to drop that aleph, that lamb, and this will conclude it. Drop that lamb. Shadda is over the scene, so you have to have two scenes. Shadda means make two. First one has a sukoon, and the next one will have the vowel sound that's over the scene. So this is what you have to see in your mind. Man, oh man, I really didn't do this proper. But I can correct it. That's why we have erasers. And yeah, just take me make sure I get this correct before we're done. There we are. Ash. Sukoon over that. Then the sheen right there. Ash. So you see in your mind, Ash, shahadati. Ash, shahadati. So this is your, right here. This is what happens right here. The lamb has to disappear in your mind. You have to see Ash, shahadati. So I hope I didn't lose everybody. And may Allah forgive me for wherever I wrote incorrectly, but I hope I correct it. So it reads, He is Allah, there is no God except He, the knower of the hidden and the open. And then it starts with the next two attributes. Allah, who is first, who are Rahman, who are Rahmanur Rahim. He is the merciful benefactor, the merciful redeemer. Who Allahu Ladhi, La ilaha illa huwa alimul ghaibi wa shahada. Who are Rahmanur Rahim. Sadaqallahu Azim. Allah has spoken the truth. And again, may Allah forgive me for whatever I wrote up there mistakenly, but hopefully I correct it. With that, I give everybody degrees. Assalamu alaikum. I am done.
Wa alaikum assalam.
That's just Tahir.
Ramadan Mubarak.
Ramadan Mubarak, President.
All right. So, Imam Elam, thank you. So, at this time, for the sake of time, I guess we'll allow for maybe 1 or 2 questions for Imam Elam. If we could keep them brief, 2 quick questions or comments, and then we'll proceed right until you, Brother Abdul Rashid Akbar, with the business and technology presentation. So if you have a question for Imam Elam or comment, this is the time. We'll accept 2, and then we'll move right along until the business and technology presentation. If not, we'll move right into the business and technology presentation. Thank you, Imam Elam. We're going to proceed into the business and technology portion of the program with Brother Abdul Rashid Akbar.
Okay.
Imam Elam.
Yes, sir, really, man.
How the grass look over there? They cut it.
Oh, the company that you
Were you there?
I was here when they got here, but when I got there, they cut it. Yeah, they cut it.
I sent them $30. I'm just making sure.
Yeah, you got your money.
You know they charge us. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
They good people. They've been around for a long time, and they got to come out the way. Oh, you know what I was going to tell you, Imam Elam? Call us, call me, and let me know whenever you're cutting, because they don't cut grass like they used to.
Wow.
And they don't do as much as they used to do for us. So
okay, so let you.
Yeah, because it's not necessary. I don't want them to drive all the way out there just to look, and it's unnecessary. Yep.
Okay, I'll do that, really, man.
All right. Thank you. Well, like my son, I apologize, brother.
Assalamu alaikum. Can anybody hear me?
Yes, sir.
We hear you. It looks like
Can you hear me?
We hear you, but it looks like you have a connection issue. Your video hasn't caught up yet.
Yeah, it seems like it is. So I want it to come across clear. Let me yes, it is a connection issue here. Let me just restart the I don't want to restart the Zoom. Let me see where I'm at here, because now my screen is just froze. So let me see.
Well, while you working it out, we'll just take this opportunity to thank all of the believers for attending the Mosque Cares, the Ministry of Imam W.D. Muhammad's Ramadan session last week. We believe it was a great success. Thank you to all. And please visit themosquecares.com to donate, and please visit WDM Publications to stay informed with the language, with the lectures and the literature of Imam W.D. Muhammad, with the books, CDs, and DVDs.
Can you say
Okay, how am I come across now?
Okay. We still don't see, we don't see the picture. But I heard you celebrated a special day about a week ago or past week ago. Your wife and
Oh,
you.
yeah, on the
Yeah.
28th of
Yeah,
on the 28th of April. Thank Allah.
Congratulations. You know, I wish you all the best.
Thank
And
you.
it came up because I was reminiscing on man, you and I look like we the same age. But I remember as a little boy when we used to spend the night during the Ramadan. You probably know what I'm about to say. That you used to be out there rounding us up. And I don't think you ever caught it. Did
Yes,
you ever catch
I
anybody?
remember.
I was telling Ideal.
I
man.
remember.
Yeah, he got a kick out
I
of it.
remember. Yes.
You was on your job. Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. I love you for that,
Thank
man.
Allah. Thank
That's-
Allah.
Yeah.
Well, okay, so
Mhm.
alhamdulillah.
We used to run from
Well,
it.
I do know it seems like
You remember
it does
that?
look like I have a connection issue, Brother
Yeah.
Adil.
You wanna go out and come back in?
Yeah, I remember. I remember. Again, you can do some announcements or something. I'm gonna go out and come back in.
You might want to go out and
leave the
come.
meeting-
Oh,
leave the-
I saw it move. It's not a. Yeah, it's a delay. It's a.
Yes, it's a delay. So let me go out and come back in. Let me see if it'll work. Inshallah, I'll come back. But you can make some announcements while I'm.
Yeah.
Yeah, at this time, if there were any believers that had a question or a comment
Mhm.
earlier for the presenters and didn't have the opportunity for the sake of time that they didn't get a chance to ask the question or make a
See, when I
comment,
went into
we'll allow
security.
for time for that to make a question.
See, when I went into Zoom,
or make a comment.
it did updates. And I think those updates.
Well, we can do the comment now.
Yes, Sister Tahira, go ahead.
Okay, the sister that was talking about the children, I hope my phone don't cut off. I appreciate her talking, and I want to say what I do with my grandchildren, I have them sometime read the Imam's publication, just read something from it, read from the Quran and ask them, what does that mean to, how do they see that? How does that affect them? What does that say to them? What does that say to their spirit? What do they think of that? Just to get them participating in it and let it hit their mind, because I believe that Allah will let something touch what needs to be touching that particular child to help them. Sister Rashida from Baton Rouge had the youth program on Saturdays and had them, we presented something, from the mosques and other youth from across the country, reading from the Quran. And when my grandchildren and great grandchildren read, I would question them and, ask them, what does that speak to? How do you feel about that? They did it. They cooperated with me because they wanted to get back on their phones and their tablets and things like that. So, I did some negotiating, but I know that I believe that Allah will affect them and touch what, like I said, what needs to be touched, and something needs to be added, just besides them doing their tablets and phones and things like that, so, and they like doing it. They like doing it, they like reading it in Arabic and they like reading it in English. I was doing it and they was listening to me. So I said, we can come and do this and tell me what this means, how you feel about this, so that had some effect, and they like to do it more and more. I say you read the whole surah and they read the surah like the 30th jusa, and each one read surahs and they wanted to come and do another. I can do another one. I'll say, okay, come on, let me hear what you can do. So I like what she said, and I just wanted to make that comment dealing with them because I deal with them a lot, and I see a lot of change in them, and some of them are following the Pied Piper, the crowd. And I say, why don't you stand out and lead your own lead? That's what we do as Muslims. What would you do? How would you lead, the youth? So, I just respect them like that and hear what they got to say.
Well, it's my sister Tahira. And when you ask the question, is it to each person individual, or do you ask them to answer the same question and give each one to give their different perspectives?
That's what I do.
That,
You know,
my
it's
father
a
used to do
group
the
and then-
same thing. You brought back
Yeah.
memories when I was a kid, and we always, it creates a competitiveness between
Yes, they like
everybody wants to give the best answer. Yeah,
right. That's what
I
they
didn't
like.
even think of it as, being an educational tool. I thought of it as, my father was real cool. He would sit back and just ask the question, and you could tell who gave the best answer. But he would say it. I think he would say that was a good answer. I agree
Yeah,
with
I
that.
told,
Yeah.
that's what I
Mhm.
told them. I
Yeah.
like that what you said. You did that well. She did that good.
Right,
Y'all
right.
think she did that good? Yeah.
Right,
And then they look, say, well, I can do it. I said, okay, well, let me see. Yeah, they like that. And it needs to be done because some of the things they follow, and I have to look at what they looking at because there's some stuff in almost everything. I said, my goodness, let me see what you read. Let me see what you're looking at. Let me see that. I have to say that, and they smile. Let me see it.
And those video games, they're they're violent. It's like you look for, you want them to be able to enjoy themselves and to have fun and be a child, but everything that's out there is not everything, but a lot of it is really just garbage.
It's got schemes.
Some
It's
stuff
got
you wouldn't approve of.
No, you're right.
Even the stuff even the stuff that looks good, okay, but it's not. If you will sit there and watch it, it's they're trying to plant something in their minds or a scheme.
Right. Exactly.
Affect the spirit. Yeah.
Exactly. So, yeah, I like what she was saying. That's what I have to do with them because it just really blow me up seeing what they putting in there, what the seasoning and the schemes they put in. I say, oh my goodness gracious, I have to deal with this Allahu Akbar. Oh boy. So that's what I get them to do. They like doing it too, though, at the same time. They like it. They like that attention.
Oh, I think he's like that. Thank you, Sister Tahida. I could use that advice because I have to do all the teaching myself, and I've never been in this position where, and I got a different technique, and I can never be as good as having a good mother or a person that has been in education like you all do. My father was an educator, so I can't even compete with him. I never had to do that, but you keep that in mind and practice that with my children.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
All right. That's something. So I think I'm coming across all right now, right?
Yeah, crystal clear.
Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah. All right. Well,
you got a quick question, Dr. Rashida? See your hand up.
Oh, this Dr. Rashida. Yeah. Yes. Sorry about that, Akbar. We want to.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. We hear you.
Okay, I don't teach children. My students, the youngest I have right now are 18 because I'm a college educator. But one of the things I do, and I've always done with even when I taught high school and middle school, is I give them a topic and I say, okay, write for this about 5 minutes. Because a wise person once told me, or I read doing my research over the years, that you learn by taking stuff from one place and putting it in another place. And it was later translated to be, we learn by writing.
Okay.
So I give them a topic and I say, write on this for 5 or 10 minutes, and then we share. And it's so interesting because once they take the time to brainstorm and write out their ideas, they're more articulate and they have more something to say. And then when we get to the part where we're sharing with each other in class, they build on each other's comments. So they grow from them. And they say, oh yeah, I know this. And what about, and so it becomes a great conversation, a great learning experience for all of us.
It wakes up their intellect and their curiosity.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, and maybe one day whenever you get a chance, pass Elam some few topics, you can text them to me that you might think would be good, because I'm at a loss. I don't even know where to begin. Some topics.
I even have, sometimes it's a
-year-old.
serious topic about something that's going on in the news, or sometimes it could be just as simple as like, okay, you are the weather forecaster for the day. How would you describe the weather?
Okay.
And even simple as that, they got it. How do you, it's raining or it's cloudy. I said, what kind of clouds? Are they big clouds, little clouds? So they have to imagine it. And anything, even simple as that. When I asked him to be the weather forecaster, you on channel 6, you gotta do the news, you gotta do the weather. What are you gonna say?
Dr. Rashid, you know, Robin's, both her parents were school teachers, but so she used to do things, but I never knew what she was doing because she was never a school teacher. And I used to beg her, I was like, you got to teach me this stuff. And I used to tease her, I used to be like, you're a terrible teacher because I don't know how to do nothing. So, well, I guess it's
I'll
never
send
too
you
late
some
to learn.
topics, you know, and sometimes I dig up a poem or a verse from the Quran. It can be anything, but I just want them to share for a few minutes, write down their ideas, and then we share back and forth.
Right. Yeah, because this summer we want to be more productive, and it's coming up. So thank you. I don't want to hold Brother Rashid up.
Okay, sorry for interrupting.
No, thank you. That's invaluable. I need that. Yeah.
Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah. You want me to begin now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm not going to be on long because I know our time is limited here. But let me give all the believers and those who are just tuning in, who are not necessarily Muslims. First, let me say Assalamu alaikum. And what that means is, may Allah's peace be with each one of us. I thank the Mosqueers for allowing me to present here again on this first Sunday and last first Sunday in the month of Ramadan. And so let me, you know, as everyone knows, I present on business and technology. And I always try to find something out there in the world that can help pique our interest, pique our intellect, pique our, what we may be able to do is our next steps in terms of business. And the focus I'm going to focus on is being an entrepreneur. So I came across this particular segment on one of the segments of Marketplace. As you know, I listen to Marketplace all the time. And I hope this presentation will pique your interest, some of you, and may give you some ideas of what you can do in terms of starting your own business. So let me, okay, so I need to share my screen so I can share my screen, right? Email, yeah. So let me share my screen first. And now let me bring up the audio, and then I'm gonna bring up a video. Oh, and first, oh, wait, gotta remember to do this. When I share my screen, let me stop the share. Let me bring it back up because I gotta share and I gotta check that share sound. Gotta remember that. Good. All right. Okay, so let me bring up the audio. So here we go.
This is Marketplace. I'm Rima Reis. So it has been a big week of economic data. Yesterday, we got consumer prices, today, producer prices, and tomorrow, we've got retail data. Sticking with retail, over the last couple of years, we've seen more and more people shift careers and start their own business. And even though that plunge can be a bit uneasy, a bit unsettling, sometimes it can be worth the risk. And that brings me to today's installment of our series, My Economy.
My name is LaTanya Devon. I am from the Bronx, New York, and I am the owner and operator of Bronx Bound Books. I've worked for various companies, nonprofits, retail companies, and I thought that working for a nonprofit that served a great mission would kind of feed my soul. But I realized that the impact that I wanted to make on my personal journey, I couldn't find that thing that inspired me to come to work every day, really. And I realized that opening up a bookstore is where my heart is. So I decided to just pursue it after not finding what I was looking for in a regular 9-to-5. I started a mobile bookstore because the Bronx is changing. Gentrification is happening and it's increasing storefront prices. So I started to research pop-up bookstores where I would just show up to places and table. And I realized that could get old really fast. And I was going over this after I was about to quit one of my jobs. And my friend Vanessa said, hey, LaTanya, check this out. And she showed me a book truck. And that was the inspiration I needed to reimagine the bookstore ownership journey that I'm on now. due to COVID, Lowe's Home Improvement, they were giving out grants for businesses, and I applied about 4 times, and on my 4th time, I was accepted, and I received a grant for $20,000, and that covered the build out of the interior of the bus. And I used my savings, and I bought a bus on Craigslist. We host book drives. We have a volunteer driver. His name is Jerry, and he's amazing. He goes to pick up books if someone has donations around the Bronx or in Manhattan. Right now, we have a really great partnership with an organization in Long Island, New York, called the Book Fairies, where we'll be picking up books for our events where we give out books for free. Sometimes people rent the bus itself, and the books are included with the rental. I met someone who lost The Hobbit, the book, The Hobbit, and she was able to be reunited with the book that she lost, during her transition from shelters and bouncing from home to home. And she told me how she loved it and it took her to another place, and she lost the book and was never able to find it again. And here it was for free. In the future, I hope to partner with organizations that serve families with an incarcerated parent. Both my parents were incarcerated in and out of jail as I grew up. And I would like to be able to connect with families who have an incarcerated parent and do, events that will help them bridge the gap. Partner with more schools, do more programming for the community, and continue to do what we do and make sure that our community is being served in a respectful manner.
Love that story. That was LaTanya Devon, owner of Bronx Bound Books. By the way, we cannot do this series without you, so please go to marketplace.org/myeconomy and let us know what's going on in your economy.
Okay. So let me bring up something else I want you to see. So I hope that that little segment was helpful for some of us to think about some of the things that we can do in terms of business. Whatever idea you have, if it's something that you love to do, you desire to do, I think you should pursue it. Now, I want to just, before I leave you, let me bring up just a couple of, let me go to YouTube, a couple of areas where you can look at maybe to get grants. So give me just a second here. And this is from YouTube. Excuse me, I have a little cold. This is from YouTube. And what I want to do is, if you take out a pencil and paper, you can write these down. But these, you can go right to YouTube and play these videos. They're very good videos, but I'm only gonna look at just 2. And that is this one here in particular. I'm not gonna play it.
Getting an LLC for your business?
Play it. I just want you to see it. This is getting grants for your small business. It's on YouTube. Let's try to get by this ad real quick. So give me just a second here.
It doesn't have to look like this. Just Google LLC Taylor Brands. It's totally easy. You pick a state. Right. Let's get started.
So this particular YouTube video is sponsored by Life Accounting. And she said, everywhere to find small business grants, the 2022 version. So if you just write that down and go to YouTube and pull this particular video up, it's a real good video for finding grants out there that for small businesses. And of course, grants is something you don't have to pay back. And then the next. So it's everywhere to find small business grants. That's the name of the video. Everywhere to find small business grants. Just go to YouTube and type that in, and it'll bring up this video. And I've listened to it, and I found it very informative. And there's one more I want to share with you.
Why do business owners turn into diamonds? Because they're always under pressure. How to write a business plan. Let's go ahead and
Stop right there. So sometimes he kind of jokes around, but it's very important. How to write a business plan. And it's a step-by-step approach to doing that. There's so many people. And it was one time I was trying to write a business plan. I went and got books, and I got so many supports to put together a business plan. And but now you can go ahead right to YouTube. This is another one video that's offered by Life Accounting. It's a very good one, very concise, very good one. How to write a business plan, powerful step-by-step approach. So if you could, so even though you may be applying for a grant, but if you decide later on that you want to apply for a loan, or you want to get encourage people to or approach people to invest in your particular business, many of them are going to ask you, where's your plan? Where's your business plan? All right. So I encourage you to look at this particular video and see if you can find information here that can help you. The beauty about this is, with a video, you can stop it and write down some notes or whatever, and you can start it again, stop it. You can go back. That's the beauty of this type of a video, and it's very helpful into how to write a business plan. They lay it out step by step. I found it very informative, so I encourage you to look at this. All right, so now let me close this, and what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna stop my share. Let me stop my share. All right, so that's what I wanted to bring forward to the community for this first Sunday. I got a couple of other videos and ideas for our subsequent first Sundays, and of ideas for those who are looking forward to being entrepreneurs. And so I encourage all to just take the videos that I show and see what kind of ideas they give you, and then move on them. Have faith in Allah to bless you to move on them and start your business. All right. So with that, I'll be glad to take any questions or comments. Brother Adil?
Yes, sir, Brother Akbar. Thank you. We do have, I see one, we'll for the sake of time, we're going to limit the questions to 3. And please, if you do have a question, please keep them as precise as possible. We'll start with Sister Tahir.
Yes, Assalamualaikum, Brother Akbar and Ramadan Mubarak.
Ramadan Mubarak.
Yeah, when it comes to grants, something I find as a new business owner, like I've been in business for 1 year, Hearts Connecting, a lot of grants, I don't qualify because you have to be at least 2 years in business. So I find that being the challenge for myself. Something that I do is usually fundraise. That's how I'm able to generate the income for the business. And also I'm looking into my next step, probably in the next 6 months, probably is to look for investors for the business. I want to just point out something regarding LaToya's story, where she talked about one of her interests are dealing with incarcerated people, because her parents were incarcerated. I appreciate her sharing that, because we're in the middle of a fundraiser, right? And I sent out messages to people, and someone said, made an insensitive comment regarding those who are incarcerated, and like for me to find a better cause, you know? And it's like, when you hear her story, it's like, it's not necessarily always about the person who's incarcerated. It's about the family members who are affected by that, and that the work that we do to help rehabilitate these brothers and sisters who are in prison will benefit the community, inshallah, once they are released. So I just wanted to add that in there. So thank you for the presentation.
Alhamdulillah. I think it's important. We all know, for anybody who knows the history of the Nation of Islam, we did a lot of prison ministry. In fact, we did Brother Imam Wathadin Muhammad, but his father, Elijah Muhammad, started that going into the prisons, and a lot of his converts came out of the prison. And as they always say, eventually those people are going to come back out of those institutions and come back into the community. So we do need to have programs for them, and you, as you said, and we do need to help their families because their families are affected by their incarceration. And so it's a blessing that you're doing what you're doing, and as Latanya said, it's a blessing that she's doing what she's doing, and then keeping those individuals in mind. And that's one of the things I want to say about her book, mobile bookmobile. As you know, if you read in the newspaper recently, they're banning books. They're banning. It's a great thing about banning books, and it's really a cultural war. But they're banning books, and the books that are getting banned the most are two areas. One is anyone who's African American or Native American, anyone who does not look like many of the Europeans. Those books they're banning, and of course they're banning the books for those who have other alternative lifestyles. I think if nothing else, what she's doing is great, and anybody else who would think about doing that, we want to make sure that we work to make sure whatever books they ban, particularly they're dealing with African Americans and don't want to talk about our history, that we do something to make sure we get those books out to young people and others so they know about our history. So that's another thing I like about her mobile bookmobile. All right, Brother Imam.
Sorry.
Yeah, no,
Go
go
ahead,
ahead. Sister. Go ahead. I just wanted to, say the Nation of Islam, Elijah Muhammad, I believe he was known for actually having one of the programs that was the most successful. I don't know if it was Reader's Digest, that he was actually rehabilitating people and coming out of prison, and it was almost like miraculous. Like I guess the people that handle it, the sociologists and psychologists and the people that handle that watch over the society and how it's making progress, that were really amazed at what the Honorable Elijah Muhammad was doing because of his success rate. Like he was really cleaning up the ghettos and people from the worst places, and especially in the prisons. And I continue to get mail almost daily, to the ministry from people that write stories in prison, and it kind of breaks my heart sometimes because people are able to get in touch with themselves and they become really sincere. Not some of them become really sincere people, and then I wonder what happens to them when they get out. Yeah, because I've known people that become really sincere. They get in touch with themselves and they sound, their story is really touching and they sound like they had full of faith. But then when they come out, they go and then they go back to the life they had.
Yeah. See, that's the key, Brother Imam, as you said. So it's probably real important if they could connect with the community of Muslims, because in the prisons, for some of them who go in, my son was one for a short period of time. They got to connect with somebody in there so they can stay safe in there, right? The first ones they connect with, those who have any history of, they'll connect with the Muslims, okay? And so if they come out, it would be good for a Muslim community that they could connect with when they come out, and it might help them keep them on the right path,
Right. I'm thinking the Muslim chaplain should take more responsibility, because I'm here. I would direct people, because I've been looking at that for 20, 30 years. I've been doing this for a long time. Read my father, where we donate the money to, that box has been there for over 30 years now.
Okay.
And I'm the sole person with the key to it. Still the person opening the mail, reading the correspondence, making the deposits into the bank and whatever, and reading those letters. But if the chaplains, should consider that, because a lot of Muslims, my father even told them that, we know y'all making good money, now that you're going and getting them paychecks from the government, don't forget where you came from.
That's
Imam
right.
said, now I don't say that.
No, he said it. You're right. Your father
Imam
did say
said that he had every right to say that. Y'all my students.
That's
y'all
right.
in there making money, and I've been giving y'all money because we poor. We the true poor righteous teachers.
What I learned from when I attended the chaplains conference and met with the chaplains, one thing that I learned is that they are overwhelmed with their workload. So they could only do so much when it comes to the outreach and the dawah and providing providing transformational leadership programs. A lot of the support, the reason why the Nation of Islam is so prominent inside the prisons are because the Nation of Islam members go into the prisons. So when those brothers and sisters are released, they have made those connections in the prison. So they have out some place to go once they are released. So programs such as Hearts Connecting going to the prisons and other programs should be supported, because that will help, that will make links and connections. Like one of the things that we're doing, inshallah, we will purchase books from the WDM publications. And these the brothers who
actually what I'm talking about is imams from our association. A lot of them work, they have full-time jobs working in the prisons, and they don't just go into prison, they're employed by the prisons. They accepted, I forget when, like in the 80s, Muslims, imams as being legitimate chaplains instead of just going in there teaching. They don't go in there teach, they're part of the establishment. And so therefore they really should have a greater responsibility to where they go when they release. That I was really trying to prick the conscience if some of them are listening, which I know some of them are listening.
Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. Well, thank you, Brother Akbar, for the presentation. And I appreciate that brother who said entrepreneurs, or what they say, he said they're diamonds because they always under pressure. I'm like, that's some real stuff right there. So alhamdulillah, assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi to you.
All right, so I'm through. We can move on, brother man, because I know I see the time.
We have one question. This is the last question.
Okay. All right.
The email, inshallah. Go ahead, Sister Bahasa.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
Alhamdulillah. Very, very welcoming and very happy for your presentation. I need to let Brother Adil know he can scarcely be heard. It may be just my device, but the volume is very low. So anyway.
Can you hear me fine?
Hmm?
Can you hear me?
Yes, you're very low also.
It's your device, Sister Mahasan. Look at your volume on your device and try to adjust it. I think it's your device.
I have already done that several times.
Yes.
And it's up to its maximum volume.
Okay.
But your voice comes through, but the other two voices are muted very, very critically. But anyway, just wanted to say that. Now my comment and question is, I'm very, very happy with your presentation today, because it taps into something that I think is very much needed, and that there's a big space for us as a Muslim community to step into in terms of business example. And that's the how-to courses that get us up and running as a community. And we need to be like scientists about it and survey what the need is and the different gender-based needs, like how many more women's businesses would it be competitive to help us get established. And we need to look at the investment side of it, and especially with our economic system of zakat, decide how much investment will go to establish business in areas that are needed. And for women, it's really profitable to do this on a home business level, because that would enliven, I don't say kill, enliven two birds with one spirit. And that is the ability for women to operate businesses from their home site, so they can be the guardians of their homes, the raya that Allah instructed in their roles. And the other thing is that in your discussion about the rehabilitating programs for former incarcerated people, I'm loving what Sister Tahira has done, and the ability that has the grant that has come to her, and the capacity to institute this program, because it's like cold turkey when a formerly incarcerated person is released with inadequate skills. And one of the first skills that has to reach an additive level of capacity is the reformation, the reforming the ability to transform, that's the word I was looking for, transform himself internally. And that takes a program that's instituted before they're released, so that then when they come out, there can be some hand-holding as to getting them materially established, but they are fortified by the transformative process that a program like hers, being piloted at the San Quentin prison, makes available to us. And we, because of our history, can populate that, because we have the experience, we know what to look for, know how. So I'm just interested as to what you all may think of that.
Alhamdulillah. Well, thank you, Sister Mahasan. Thank you for your comments. And I'm sure we'll all take them to heart. But at this time, Brother Adil, I yield now to the next speaker. And I thank Allah for blessing me to be with you again this first Sunday. I thank the Mosqueers for allowing me to continue to present. And may Allah continue to bless us all. Leave you with the greetings of peace. Assalamu alaikum. Ramadan Mubarak. And inshallah, if tomorrow is the Eid, Eid Mubarak.
Mubarak. Thank you.
Yes, sir. We're going to turn it over to our imam. This is turn. He's already on the screen. So we're
Alhamdulillah. Excellent job. It's always needed. And we act like a community and continue to keep our concerns of the whole community and for the whole community, that we can make a difference and head towards solving the things that ail us as a community and as individuals.
Hold on, Debbie, okay?
Yeah, alhamdulillah. What I would like to do is what I'll do is I'll save the opportunity to ask questions, because we're on different time zones here. I know we have a couple of hours before iftar, but we don't want to hold people too late to have that, preparing meals and for the children or for the family or what have you. So I'm going to bring in Brother Imam Luzan, if he's ready to start his presentation. He's our main speaker, keynote speaker for first Sunday. And if he's prepared to come in, I'm going to turn it over to Imam Luzan Muhammad. And his topic today, if you all haven't seen it, it is prayer. I don't have it in front of me. It's prayer. Alhamdulillah. And this prayer is something that I heard Imam Muhammad say that the way you know Muslims is by the way we pray. That's the most outstanding thing that you can find about Muslims. So that's excellent topic. So I'm very interested and very excited to hear Imam Luzan, and I'm going to turn it over to him now. You have the stage, Imam.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين Ameen. With the name Allah, the merciful benefactor, the merciful redeemer, I openly bear witness that there is no God except Allah, and that Prophet Muhammad, to whom the Quran was revealed, is his servant and his messenger. Assalamu alaikum to my dear brother Wafdeen II and all the imams and the community of Imam Wafdeen Muhammad. It's a blessing, and it humbles me to be able to speak with such an intelligent people and to be a part of that community. We chose our subject on prayer because prayer is the lifeline that goes directly to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And every time we make prayer, we're asking God to forgive sins or mistakes that we've made in the past. Dear beloved people, prayer is one of the pillars of Al-Islam. It is a support that holds us up. And we make 5 prayers a day. And each one of those prayers actually accounts for 10. So really we're making 50 prayers a day. Prayer is mentioned in the Holy Quran around 170 times. That's how important prayer is. And when we miss a prayer, we should always remember to admit that we're in fault and say, I'm about to make such and such a prayer as debt to Allah the Most High. All the prophets and messengers of God made prayer and asked Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for guidance and help. And they were greatly rewarded. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala answers the prayers of the righteous servant and brings them to a level of understanding that is far beyond what we call the average person. His revelation is always coming to us from the Holy Quran. Just the preparation for prayer, when we start to make our wudu, ablution, to wash our bodies to prepare for prayer, we have to start usually with the right hand first, washing it up to the wrist, and then the left hand, washing it up to the wrist. And then we go, and which is significant because the hands partake in everything that we do. There's no task that we don't perform without using our hands. And I heard Imam Muhammad, may God be pleased with him, use the term tools, because they're instrument-like tools, and they're used in every thing that we do that has to do with contact as well, to driving our car, to writing a check, etc. The hands are involved. So they're washed first. The next thing that we go to is the mouth, and we rinse it out 3 times. The tongue has been referred to as being like the 2-edged sword. It is said that it will cut you up one side and then down the other. So the tongue is very significant, our speech and how we express ourselves. And also, when we think about it, if we've ever seen a surgeon preparing for his work, he washes his hands 3 times before he puts on his surgical gloves and prepares to do an operation. So we wash out our mouth 3 times. Then we go to our nose and we rinse out the nose 3 times. Some of you have probably heard the old saying, he or she is nosy, or they stick their nose someplace it doesn't belong, or I smell something cooking. And then from the nose, we go to the face. And a face is the expression of a lot of your inner feeling. You say, send someone to ask a question of someone, and they say, well, they didn't say anything. The next question usually is by the inquirer, is how did they look? So your face indicates a lot of your internal feelings, whether we realize it or not. And after washing the face, we go to the arms, and we start with the right arm first, washing it up to the elbow. And then we go to the left arm and repeat the same task on the left arm. We know that if you take a man and remove his forearm from him, he doesn't have any power left. So the washing of the arms represents your power, your ability to enforce your will. And then we go from there to the ears. And we wash the ears. We do that 3 times. Because if you don't, pardon me, wash the ears at the same time, if we don't get the ears while you're washing one, somebody come around and put something in the other. So you get the ears together, and after the ears is washed, we wipe the head once, which represents the knowledge. It only needs to be kept the way we give it is the way we get it. That's the way we give it out. And then we go to the feet, and we wash the right foot first 3 times, and then we go to the left foot. And that's just preparing for prayer. So prayer is very significant in Islam and most religions on the back of this earth. We ask God for reward, for wisdom, for knowledge and understanding. And all of these things is done through prayer. We start the day off with prayer. After we have performed our wudu or ablution, we make Fajr prayer, the first prayer of the day. We're asking God and thanking God for blessing us to awake from the twin brother sleep and to come back into this world, and he's given us another chance at life. And we give thanks for that. The next prayer that we make is Zohar. And it's towards the middle part of the day. And we, in the Zohar prayer, we're recognizing that we have lived a few more hours in this beautiful creation of God and given an opportunity to better understand the life that God has given to us, and also to give us strength to carry on the rest of the day. And from the Zohar, we go to the Asr prayer, which is about 3/4 of the day has completed. And we're asking God to give us the strength to make it into the afternoon, which we make Maghrib prayer. Maghrib is the 4th prayer of the day. And we close out the evening with Isha prayer, which is the final prayer for the night. We have 5 senses, and each one of those 5 senses is addressed in the daily 5 prayers. Prayer is the communication that we have with our Lord. And we always want to remember to keep up our prayers. As Imam Rasul says every day on the Lifeline, remember to pray, keep up your prayers. Prayers are good deeds, they're blessings. And when we make prayer, we realize and we recognize that there's but one God, the Lord of all the worlds, high and glorified is he, and there's nothing worthy of worship except him. If we don't keep our prayer and maintain the prayers, we forget and we start to drift away from the path. And when we stop praying, we become the prey. Most certainly the shaitan will follow you up, and he becomes the one that is the aggressor. We always have to remember that all the prophets and messengers of God prayed and asked God for guidance and forgiveness, and God guided them. Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam the last prophet of God, to whom the Quran was revealed, he realized in his lifetime, while he was on the back of this earth and the revelation was coming to him, that prayer is the institution that all Muslims throughout the world follow and accept and know that that is the direct communication that we have with our Lord. And Prophet Muhammad instituted that in his lifetime. The 5 prayers that we pray was given to Prophet Muhammad, and he was instructed to instruct the Muslims to pray 5 times a day. And each one of those prayers represents 10. So we actually make 50 prayers a day. Prayer is the lifeline. And as we have the program that comes on 7 days a week, the Lifeline, we refer to it as the Lifeline because it is the direct communication that we have with our Lord through our dear brother, Imam Rasul, in his struggle to make the Lifeline a place of security and understanding for all human beings. When we say greet each other with the greetings of Assalamu alaikum, that beautiful greeting is a prayer as well. When we say Assalamu alaikum, we're wishing that person that we greet peace and tranquility. But we're asking God to bless them with that because we cannot give that. Only Allah can give peace and tranquility. So it's a prayer. And when we greet each other, the return greeting, as we say Assalamu alaikum, the return greeting is wa alaikum assalam. We're returning the same greeting to that individual that they gave to us. And we pray that God will bless that individual with the same blessing that they have bestowed upon us. When we become greater, more knowledgeable, I should say, in the institution of prayer itself, we know that when we are praying, we don't only ask for things for ourselves, we pray for the whole world. Because in praying for just an individual, it's being selfish. We should always remember that there are about 2 to 3 billion human beings on the back of this earth. And each one of them have their own personal needs. And God rewards each individual for the deeds that they do. And when we're making prayer, we should always remember to give freely of our wealth and our knowledge. Because the man that is wealthy in a material sense and gives his attention to his material wealth is not near as wealthy as the man who has knowledge, wisdom, and understanding and gives from that to those who like that to increase their knowledge and wisdom and understanding. A vessel that is filled and never empty doesn't benefit anyone. It's the vessel that gives that refills. As we see the sponge that comes from the sea is able to absorb great amounts of water, but every time that it's squeezed out, it's able to take in more. So it is with the believer. When we give out the knowledge and wisdom and understanding that we possess, we're able to help others that lack that ability. And thus, every time we do that, you're rewarded with a blessing. As all the beautiful conversation that I've listened to this afternoon from so many beautiful and learned minds, I benefited from it because what was being given out was what was needed for us today in order for us to elevate our intelligence, to prepare for the coming of or the end of this virus. And there's many types of viruses that we encounter in life. Some of these viruses can be deadly. Some can just make you sick. But we want to avoid any difficulties in life. And that's what makes prayer so important. Because when we pray to God, he hears the prayer and he opens the gates of his mercy unto us, his protection. And there's no protection greater than the protection of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Every time we make prayer, we gain a greater understanding, and God elevates us in scripture as well as in our daily activities. I pray Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that this community and the community of humanity worldwide will absorb the wisdom, the knowledge, and the understanding of all of the students of Imam Wafdi Muhammad, because it's through those students and those learned imams and believers and Muslims that the world will change. We will remake the world. Anytime that a house or anything starts to deteriorate, we have to have the ability to put it back together or remodel it. And that's what we have to do. The world itself as a whole has committed no sin. It is from the members of the human family that it started the decay and decline of our atmosphere, etc. We should pray that God bless us with the great minds that's necessary for us to remake this world. It's important that we support all the initiatives of Imam Wafdi Muhammad. He prayed to God to guide him, to guide his people, and he was greatly rewarded. We're the beneficiaries of the blueprint that he left for humanity. So when we make prayer, remember our dear beloved Imam, and remember something else, that we were blessed to live in the time of Imam Wafdi Muhammad. There's many people on the face of the earth would have loved to have had Imam Wafdi Muhammad to come to them and to teach and lead them. But he was dedicated to his people. And he prayed to God to give him the strength to do all that was necessary to guide this community and to keep us together and to increase our intellect and intelligence and the knowledge of the Quran. He said to us many times that Imam Wafdi Muhammad, or pardon me, Wallace Muhammad, is following Imam Wafdi Muhammad, and Imam Wafdi Muhammad is following Prophet Muhammad, to whom the Quran was revealed. Very beautiful when understood and absorbed. Today I come to you as a humble servant of Almighty God Allah and a student of Imam Wafdi Muhammad. And I'm thankful that I lived in this age, in this day and time, to have the opportunity to be a part of this beautiful community and to be associated with so many beautiful and wonderful minds. And I pray to God that I live to see the beginning of our people rising to lead the world. And I think that that has already occurred in many aspects from what I heard today, listening to some of the speakers, of how we have been able to see our females emerge in leadership. I have to give credit to one of my own family, one I'm very proud of. One of my granddaughters is now a financial consultant and advisor to the treasurer of the state of Kansas. I pray Allah that she continues, and she's on the road to becoming a lawyer. There's so many others that have the same ability in this community, females, and don't ever think that the woman is not needed in the community or she's being looked over, because without the female, the male would be in trouble. We need our females. We should protect them. We should make sure that they are comfortable in their homes, in their workplaces, etc. We should pray to God to give us the strength to be steadfast and to raise our daughters to be administrators, etc. Because marriage is half of the religion. And if we don't protect the institution of marriage and protect the female, we're going to be in trouble. But I look at the blessing that's come to us through so many of our females getting in positions that's going to be helpful. And remember, our forefathers prayed for a time like this to come, and it's here. Their prayers were answered. We are witnesses that their prayers were answered, because we're existing today. After 400 years of oppression, we're here to bear witness that Almighty God answered the prayers of our forefathers. I would like to go longer on this talk today, but I'm going to have to cut it a little shorter than I wanted to. I hope and pray Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will give me another opportunity to come back for another First Sunday. There's so much that I want to say. I made some notes, and I was a little slow in getting into some of the things that I wanted to say. And I want to thank my dear brother, see him as my very close friend, Wafdeen II. I pray Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala continue to bless all of us and keep us together and keep us strong, and bless us with understanding, bless us with knowledge, and bless us with good health, and protect us from the virus. And I pray that those who are listening, not only will we support Mosque Cares, but let's give greater support to Mosque Cares, because the Mosque cares for everybody, not just for one individual group, not just for Muslims, but for every human being. And that's what our dear beloved Imam gave to us. And again, dear believers, just remember that we lived in a time of history, and the people that come in the future will look back at us and see the great achievements that we made and wish that they had been in our day and time, because we are the ones that laid the foundation from the Nation of Islam to where we are today. May Allah bless each and every one of us, grant us light, understanding, peace, and tranquility, and bless us to be in this world in the company of the righteous and in the hereafter. Ameen. Assalamu alaikum.
Ameen. Wa alaikum assalam. And thank you so much, Brother Luzan. And I know there's a lot more that you want to give, and we would like to have you back when at your soonest availability because I want to hear more about some of your business plan or ideas. Some of the things you probably have to refresh my memory. Some things that you had in the workings. Wow, that time is flies. I think we were at the Savior's Day at Hilton Hotel.
I believe so.
You had mentioned some things, yeah. Right. You remember some of the things you had mentioned and about the maybe you can discuss some of the plant work you're doing with horticulture, the house plants and some some advice you might have for some of us that like I've already started my spring garden. I've check the weeds and make sure no weeds growing out there in my garden. Oh, I put my house plants out today. I might be risky, but I got them behind like a bamboo, which is a windbreak. And I don't think the weather, I looked at the weather report for the next about week or so. We shouldn't get any weather, even at night below, I think 44, like 40. I think one night it might be 43 or 44. So I felt safe putting them out there and it's cloudy. It's going to be cloudy. I think it might be cloudy for the next few days. So I'm not too big of a risk, I don't believe, but my plants do best. That's what somebody told me, that they like plants want to be outside. So they do. A lot of plants want to be outside.
If we, one of the things I like to tell you, because I know that you love your plants as well as I do, it's coming the time of year where you're going to be bothered with fungus gnats, etc. Get you some garlic and peel it. Stick it into your plant pots, about 3 or 4 pods around, and it will eliminate the fungus gnats and a lot of other pests from coming in because they don't like the smell of it. And yeah,
now I got garlic growing like wild grass in certain places. If you plant one garlic, if you leave it there in a couple of years, it's going to be a patch of grass. So.
Yes,
yeah, so I got garlic out there like that. Maybe I'm gonna move them around to my pots because I was wondering what to do with them. So how do you get them big? I said, I don't know how to get them big. So that's a good idea.
Peel the garlic, just like take a pot, peel it, and stick it into the soil where maybe just a tip or so of it sticking out, and it eliminates. That's what a lot of times fungus gnats get in there, and once they do, you might have some at different periods of time seen some look like little dots on your glasses. With them are fungus gnats. And,
I had a fungus that I saw the pictures. I don't know where they are now. I might not be able to call them up. But I had never seen anything like this. It was under my arborvitaes, those the arborvitae, like it's an evergreen tree, the one that goes, a lot of people have them as a blind, they grow up real tall. And there was like a pink fungus that carpeted all around the bottoms of them. And I don't know where it came, but it disappeared just as soon as it came. But now I got 2 of them. I had 8 of them in a row. I got 2 of them look like they completely turned brown. And I don't know if it was because of that fungus or not. I'm not sure. But I might have to replace them this year. I don't like to pull up a tree until I know it's dead, And I know you can look under the bark and see if you see any green or any life. That's probably what I need to do. Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you with the evergreens, the small, the miniatures, etc. Sometimes the disease is not really in the sense of a fungus, but it could be root rot.
Yeah, I think so.
And if you go in and actually take it out, you can do surgery and remove that.
Oh, yeah. You cut off the dead. Yeah,
cut off the dead part and then repot it and put it in a good potting soil, and it will reroot itself and continue to grow.
Yeah. Yeah. But this arborvitae, I would do that with a potted plant, and I've done it before. I got a plant that I've had good 16 years. Let me see. Yeah, I've had that plant for a long time, and I've repotted it maybe 2 or 3 different occasions. Yeah, I don't see them trees, but those trees right now, they grow like a foot a year. The arborvitaes might be more than a foot. And right now, I'm thinking they're about 8, it might be 8 feet high. So I'm gonna have to pull them out. I'm gonna check them, see if they're alive. I don't see that fungus, but it was something, it was a sight to see, man. It was like a carpet, a thick carpet of like a pink fungus. It covered the ground cover and everything. But
What
it was
color?
only there. Huh? It was pink.
Pink.
It was pink. I ain't never seen a pink fungus like that. Much.
I don't recall seeing one that color, you know, because I've seen it, you know, like black, brown, etc. I've never seen a pink fungus before.
Yeah, now I really want to see this picture if I can find. Oh, I know what year it was. I'm looking in the wrong folder. Okay, the year. I think it was 20. It could have been 2019. I'm thinking it was 2019. Let me see in this folder. Yeah, I'm not going to take up too much time looking for it, but we got people. If people have questions, I don't want to you to lose them idea. Go right ahead.
Okay. I know Imam Luzan said he
yeah.
had to end a little earlier.
Okay.
Than he wanted to. Did you have time for a couple questions or comments, Imam Luzan?
Yes.
Okay. If believers, if you have questions or comments for Imam Luzan, this is the time to unmute yourself, raise your hand. And on the YouTube side, if you have a question or a comment, just enter it into the chat and then we'll read it to Imam Luzan, inshallah. So we have our first one, Sister Tahira, go ahead.
Assalamu alaikum, Imam Luzan, Ramadan Mubarak to you.
Ramadan Mubarak, walaikum assalam.
I was waiting for your presentation. My question is more so related to plants. I'm going away for a month and a half, and I have 2 peace lilies, and I have this. You mentioned like a snake plant or the Godfather plant, one of those plants. I have 3 of those, and my concern is that I don't want my plants to die while I'm gone. So, what advice would you give to make sure my plants stay alive and well while I'm away for like a month and a half?
Okay, if you're going to be gone that long, you can. There are automatic waterers as feeders, etc. But if you're going to be gone that long, you should have someone that in your family to come in looking on your plants, because what happens?
That's the problem, sir. I don't have family in Sacramento.
You're in Sacramento? Yeah. She might be able to, in her area where she is, use, because it's warm. You think she might be able to use evaporation method? Like puts a water reservoir underneath where it's not in the roots, but put a bag around it so that the warmth, as the sun comes in through the window, the warmth that hits the bag will cause some moisture to hit the top of the soil and kind of recycle itself.
That's true. Then they could put the matting in at the bottom too, where but the only thing about that, your roots will grow into that matting. And when you get ready to, take the plant out after it comes out of the bottom of the pot, because the tap root in any plant will automatically go seeking water. That's what it does. It's the same thing with a tree.
Yeah.
And it's like a person drilling for oil. But the other thing I was going to say is that what Brother Imam Wharf just got through saying, as well as there's a system, a drip system. Now this you have to have, again, set up prior, where it will release a certain amount of water. And then again, training your plants. Most people get plants and they just water them when they feel like they need them to set the necessary water.
Yeah.
You can train your plants, and I have taken mine and actually went 2 weeks or so without watering them, and because I train them for that. And
because I water my peace lily once a month, and I water the snake plants once a month as well.
Yeah, well, snake plants are hard to kill. I mean,
yeah, that's what I was gonna say. You can't kill them. You can leave them for a long time.
So so the drip system, is that a device I could find off of Amazon?
I would say yes. Yeah.
They have these little thin, any nursery, it's a little thin tube, and it's usually like a battery powered mechanism, or you can plug it into the wall and you can set a timer on it, and they're fairly inexpensive. I've never had to use this. When I had one, somebody was always here, you know. But yeah, you could, and they're fairly inexpensive if you look up for a drip line for house plants. Yeah.
All right, thank you so much.
Oh, I found the fungus. That's what I was. I knew I was trying to find that for something. I don't know if you can see the color of that. Let me zoom in. It was like a thick mat. Where am I?
Okay, I see.
That's pink. And then if you see, it goes all the way down. That's 8 trees.
Now, are them pine?
They're much bigger now because this was years ago. Huh?
Well, those pine trees?
Yeah, pine no, they don't smell like pine. Arborvitae, they call it.
Evergreen?
It's an evergreen. Don't no smell come from them. I have pine shrubs in the front. Arborvitae, yeah.
Yeah, they're kind of like the leaf, the needles like a cedar tree. But they're
like the Hinoki cypress, like a cypress.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They look like cypress. They have a fan type of. They come out of they're in a bunch like a cluster.
Oh yeah.
Straight up, real high in a cluster. Yeah.
No, I've never seen a fungus that color.
I never seen that ever. I never had one.
I never seen
and mushrooms sometimes come up, but I did you see how it's elevated because I didn't want them to get root rot because this is the back of the house and our water, we don't have storm drains in the front. Our water kind of flows back to the storm drain in the back and it flows right over the top of the ground. It's so I didn't want them to get root rot. So I build up earth. Yeah, so it's something under there.
Saturation of water. It wasn't from oversaturation of water then.
No, it's not oversaturation of water, but it could be something that's under there, organic that maybe it's trying to rot. Because I didn't have nowhere to put them. I grew some of those giant sunflowers, and I remember chopping them up and I put them under the soil, and then I bought bags of topsoil and built that up. But I did put some waste stuff under there. It's probably the waste stuff that I put under the trying to compost.
Is Imam Anthony on?
Yeah, he's here. That was him speaking.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam. I was going to ask you because I know that you're very deep in forestry as well. Have you ever seen a fungus that color before?
Yeah. Can you see
no, it doesn't seem like it came off that tree. Otherwise, you would see it. There's a fungus.
Yeah, it's not on it. It never got to attack the tree. Oh, that's what I was going to tell you. What's on the ground is pine bark. So it covered the pine bark. It might have came in one of the bags of the pine bark and just took off.
Sometimes the fungus you see
it. This was years ago.
We've seen it in wood where it gets different colors, and that's probably on the where the fungus is getting ready to expire and it turns colors. The fungus you saw, it could have been any, but more than likely it's on the end, at the end of its life that's turning a color like that.
Well, it's not bad for the tree.
No,
you don't think it killed
the only other thing that when you see
almost looks like, let me see if I can get it in focus. I don't know if the light, it was clear a minute ago. Let's see.
But if you see mushrooms coming up out of the ground near your tree, you gotta check your roots.
Right, I don't understand. Okay, everywhere I move away from the light and back in the light.
Yeah, you're getting a reflection off the light.
Yeah, reflection. That's probably the best I can get. Almost like little, how can I describe it? Like popcorn or something. I don't know. Yeah, but it's
that's more likely from your mulch.
Yeah, I'm thinking that's the mulch. I probably brought it when I brought the mulch in. It was in there, and then it bloomed, and now it's dead.
Yeah,
it blossomed. Okay.
It didn't harm anything though.
No,
nothing. I don't think so because these plants didn't die, but 2 died on the other side. I think those died because a lot of water does come when they built a house next door to me, and the water runs in between the houses. So I'm thinking the water might have but I elevated them too. So I don't know. It's only 2. The rest of them seem to be fine. It could have been sunburned. The sun, sometime if the sun hits them a certain way, and if they got water or something might have got on them, what you think, and then they burn.
I think more of if you got more of a root problem, even though you elevated them, that the root goes down deep, and if there's a whole lot of water come in there, some trees just can't take too much water.
You telling me?
It's not well drained. Let's put it this way. It was not well drained.
I gave up. I've been trying to put a tree in the back for 14 years, and everything dies.
Yeah.
I gave up on that. I put sod down there, no trees. All right.
Imam, you had a question, so you'll go ahead since you're already on. We'll take your question, then we'll go to
Okay. Assalamu alaikum, Imam Lazan.
Wa alaikum assalam.
Ramadan Mubarak.
Ramadan Mubarak.
It's going to be Eid here in just a few minutes here. But anyway, one of the things that you brought up that in my work and saying, make sure the women are comfortable, because when they want to do the work, you don't want to have no commotion, you don't want to have nothing disturb them, because they will outwork most men. But you got to make sure that the environment is conducive so they're relaxed. And I just, as you were talking, I was thinking about some of the women I worked with and how they just take off, but make sure that they're not going to be bothered, and they don't feel a threat coming in there. So that's very, very important. Just like our wives, we want to make sure that the home is comfortable, and that there's no threat going to be coming in the house there. That's not allowed. Assalamu alaikum.
Well, I just want to make one final comment on that, because you brought something else to mind, that your first teacher is your mother. So actually, and she teaches both male and female. So therefore, we trust ourselves in the hands of our mother. And if you notice, regardless, when we make reference to the family, father and mother, we usually hear the individual saying, hi, mom, and then hi, dad. So that it lets them know, and then God has entrusted the mother with the child first in her care. So there's a lot, there's significance that comes from us honoring, the mother and making her comfortable so she can perform her task as the holder and protector of our home.
In the hadith, it tells the person to do it 3 times, and then your
Muhammad the Prophet said, a person asked him in regards to his parents, and who should, I'm not quoting it exactly word for word, who should he have the regards for? And Muhammad the Prophet said, your mother. Then he said, after my mother, who should I have the highest regard for? I may not be quoting it exactly right. Then he said, the Prophet said, your mother. Then he asked him a 3rd time, and he said, who should I have the regards for? And he said, your mother. And then on the 4th time, he asked him, he said, then after that, should I have the regards for? Then he said, your father. So that's self-explanatory.
That's right. Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. Allah is merciful, And when we're talking about women, we got the model of what the role sisters should have. And it's a sad thing that people have put lies out about our religion, and based on cultural things they may have seen and just ran with just the lies. Because the perfect example we have is how Imam Muhammad, when he was on Stony Island and he was able to act in the role as leader and teacher for our whole community, and the roles that the sisters were in, they transferred the roles they had as members of I think it was MGT, and what was the other one, MGCC, the Muslim groups of women. Those women continued, even though those organizations were defunct, but the women continued in their roles of leadership, And what I remember is the sisters were really the backbone and the workers in the community that kept the daily activities of the community going in the school, around the masjid. The brothers were had different roles, but the sisters were teaching in the school. They were looking after responsibilities and working in the administrative offices and doing administrative work. And they were also leading, you know, in many forms. And I was just a youngster there. I was a kid at the school. So I'm sure this was, me and Ideal, we were just talking about that. Everything that I experienced here in Chicago was happening all across the country simultaneously in the same way. We had the same curriculum, the same leader. We all got to hear him on National Hookup on I think it was every Sunday, might have been every Friday, Juma on the radio. If he wasn't on the radio or on some type of hookup, it was every fourth Sunday. So yeah, as far as the role that our sisters play, I think it's yeah, excellent to keep like in public places, you have the mixing. When I went to school, this brother sat on one side of the classroom and sisters sat on the other side. And I think it was a really good situation because it allowed us to develop naturally in our social groups. I think that when you put opposite sexes together, that they grow up, because they can do it in the household. You have brothers and sisters together, but there's a dynamic that I think is healthier when you have the men with the men and the women with the men and then with the women. And this is not just in our religion. This is in many societies, and this has been in societies throughout the beginning of time, where the young children try to develop so that they can learn from the men in the culture, and the women can learn from the women in the culture. And then they grow up to take on those roles that they find the elders in. And that's what I think we're missing, that the women in our community and in our society, they have always had leadership roles and have leadership roles, but they're confusing things now when they're trying to make women think that they've been slighted, that you should be going after these traditional male roles. You know, our society is experimental, but should the males stop what they're doing and go after the female roles? You know, so it's a situation where you have to use your common sense. You know, if there's some areas where women can excel, then they should go after those areas, but they shouldn't abandon the things that they've been doing all along. And one of them is motherhood. You know, there's no substitute for a good mother in the household, you know. But if you got babies, you need good women. And they don't have to be the birth mother. They could be the auntie, the sister, the daughter. They could be any female, but we can't deny that children need, first and foremost, they need the nature that God gave the woman. And the society today asked us to abandon the good nature that Allah gave us. And I'm not just talking about homosexuality, anything like that, that the world is asking us to abandon the good nature for anything you can find as a substitute for good nature. The corrupt nature is what they're pushing today. So we have to be on the guard and on the lookout for those things that take away from the good nature that Allah has created us with. And don't let us be fooled into thinking that there's a substitute. There's no substitute for human nature, good nature, what God created us to be and for us to do and for how we regard one another. Yeah, so their hands up. Let's go with them hands. Yeah.
Imam Alfred.
Mm-hmm. I wanted to see Imam Alfred. I saw him walking around back there. Can he hear us?
Imam Alfred, it's on you.
Okay, here he comes.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam. You're looking good. You're looking good. Alhamdulillah.
By Allah's grace, I should be leaving here very soon, but I want to first of all thank our leader, Imam Wafdeen Muhammad II, who is carrying on the work of the greatest leader since Prophet Muhammad, who that is Imam Waruddin Muhammad the first, and Imam Waruddin Muhammad the second is stepping right in those shoes and walking and carrying the work with a humility, and he's growing by leaps and bounds. I'm just telling you this. I got to know his father when I was very much younger, but I had been observing his father when he was a minister. He was a little bit older than me, but just watching him, and I just see you, Brother Imam, just growing and growing.
Thank you, man.
I thank the community for supporting you, and I've asked the community to please, next month, let's invite others back. Let's grow this. Let's have some first Sunday parties. Bring out the bean pies, but exclude me from the bean pies because they got me on such a rigid diet. It seems that I'm eating only anything, but I've had phenomenal success with the treatment. Only thing I'm struggling with is coffee. But they got me on a very strict diet. My cancer markers have gone down by 150. And I'm convinced that Allah is going to bless me to conquer this. But you know what? It's you all's prayers. And just recently, just got a text from somebody asked me for my Cash App. So you all have been very generous to me. And of course, you know, the hypocrites, they always going to say something. One of them said, oh, yeah, this is just a way for Alfred to get some money. Where are you? I said, I'm in Mexico, man. You want to come there and see me? Why don't you come there and pray with us? But, you know, I love our people. Some of them are crazy. A few are hypocrites. But I just want you, the community, to know from the bottom of my heart, I love you. I love our leaders. I love all the leaders. I love all you all who are working and sincere. And let's love each other. And I hate to use the Bible, but I am going to use it. Well, the prophet said, "None of you believe until you will have faith until you believe, and none of you will believe until you love one another." So let us love one another. And surely you all have been exhibiting love to me. I received my Holy Quran. You want to know, what is the mosque here doing? Well, they gave Imam Alfred a Quran, which he didn't have down in Mexico. I got it and I'm reading it. And
we're working on a Spanish one for you. I'm
Yes,
working
sir.
on it. I'm gonna try to get it to you, inshallah.
I'm really finding the people here are very fascinating. I've never been in a city where the police salute me. And I mean, I'm walking around in hospital gown, but I've had the police to salute me because people can feel the spirit. And remember, dear people, Allah said when He's breathed into you His spirit, the angels will bow down. And I believe North America is going to bow down to our leadership as we serve Allah. Remember, we're not in this for ourselves. We're in this for to serve Allah. And don't forget, as Imam Muhammad said, don't forget the people nearest to you, the African-American people who are in very, very bad need. Thank you all. Love you all. Please keep on making dua for me, and
Yes,
I will make dua for you all.
We love you back, Imam, and you look beautiful. I believe too. I believe our prayers are working, and I believe you're gonna fully recover. And we're gonna welcome you home, and Allah is gonna lift that burden off you because we love you, and we don't want to see that financial burden on you, and we definitely don't want to see that cancer. We want to see it wiped out. We want to see it knocked out and out of your body.
Yes, sir.
Inshallah.
I'm available to be. I'm a kind of an aggressive guy. I'm available June the 1st for the first Sunday in June. I want to celebrate it. Yes, sir.
We need you. We need that aggression. So I'm checking with Secretary Adil over here, Secretary Ma'am Adil, and are we open? Oh, I did offer Sister Tawfiq. Depends on Sister Tawfiq, and she's another one we well deserving of that. I wish we had remembered her during the Savior's Day. We could have gave her that Hadid Award. Yeah. So June. What is the next month? June. That's when the children are coming out of school. But we'll talk to her and keep us on your schedule for June, because I believe we may be available. You'll be back in the States, inshallah. You'll be here.
Inshallah, I'll be back in the States by next week.
Okay.
Let everything go. I have to go through a verse on Tuesday. You all pray for me. I told the nurses, I said, I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I am a big baby, so you're gonna have to sedate me when you do procedures on me. I'm not trying to be a brave man. Oh no, it doesn't hurt. No, it does hurt.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's just good common sense, brother. That's all. Yeah, alhamdulillah.
Sure.
Thank you, thank you. And we look
Thank
forward
you
to. We'll
all.
let you know. We'll give you a call. But I'm thinking you'll be open. You'll be on the
Yes.
next month, inshallah. Okay.
Thank you, brother man.
Yes, sir. We have a. You want to take a?
Yeah, one more. We had another question. Mr. Mahassan, you had a question or a comment? All right, if not,
No, thank you. No, thank you. I just did not put my hand down, but thanks so much.
you're welcome. All right, if there aren't any more questions or comments, we'll turn it back over to Imam Luzan if you had any closing remarks and had anything else you wanted to say. If not, we're going to turn it back over to the emails.
Yeah, we can close out.
Get ready to close this out, inshallah. Imam Luzan.
Assalamu alaikum. The one thing that I would like to say is that, and making reference
You lost your voice, Imam.
Yeah, we lost your audio.
It's not showing you as muted.
having so many recalls consistently. And also, I had started on the Lifeline a gardening program to get seeds that had not been generically engineered. I have a few on hand, but we're going to need a lot more, in order to, when we do get producing land, we'll have the seeds, because if you put generically engineered seeds into the ground, it also affects the soil. So that's another problem that we've got to look at. And another thing that we're going to have to do, and that is that we got to revive our businesses. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has blessed us with the halal and so many other things that we had in the Nation of Islam that we need to resurrect, because even with the bean pie, it was told to me, I don't know how true it is, that other people are starting to eye the bean pie to try to get that recipe and put it together to market it. And I think that that's something that we need to give attention to, because we need to be supporting the mosques that need to be coming from the businessmen, and the community should be standing full force behind that idea, because that was one of the things that our dear beloved Imam Wafdi Muhammad conveyed to us, is that we have to become self-supported and not depend on the government and anyone else, depend on Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and put the effort forth, the hard work to achieve those things that we felt we lost are just waiting for us to come back and pick them up.
Yes, sir. There's something that Imam Alfred just said that brought a clear picture to my mind, because I remember the spirit, and I know the spirit is still alive in a lot of places. Adil used to talk about it, how when we had programs like this, that people would come in town and they would welcome the brothers, the believers, their close friends in their home. And instead of staying in the hotel, they were staying at home. But Alfred wasn't saying to bring people into your home, but he said, let's have a party. And a lot of us, when we come here, we put on our false notion that we don't party. And he don't mean party like the disbelief, like the world or the people, what do you call the people in the secular world? He mean, let's have a party like we used to have in the early years of Imam Muhammad, where you will go to a believer's house and there'll be believers from all across the country in their house. Everybody's eating bean pie, they sharing a meal, they having a good time, they sharing conversations, they loving each other, appreciating each other. But there is and has been a mindset. I remember as a little boy, I didn't know how to put it in words, but I saw it happen even when we was on Stony Island before Imam Muhammad left. I saw a new mindset creep into the general public of the community. that didn't reflect the loving nature that the community had before. And it's probably started the day Imam Muhammad became the leader. I believe it was a concert effort to divide us as a community so that we wouldn't have the trust and the love that we had. And now it's just rampant, overwhelming distrust and a disconnect from us as being brothers and sisters in a community where we love and trust and respect each other. And, we had a double whammy on our communities, even in the Black African-American community. They didn't just come after us. They brought drugs, the war on drugs really was just a war on African-Americans to destroy the human life that we had and make us all materialists. And materialism now seems to still be the plague that plagues us the most. And every type of corruption, lives at the root of this extreme, like a worship of materialism. And even those of us that call ourselves Muslims, a lot of us, you can see us not being able to come together because there's some, like they say, the money is the root of all evil. That if you ask them what is the real problem, why they can't support their brother, why we don't have unity, why we don't have this and that, if you really pick, you'll find that there's some fear of loss of wealth or fear of somebody's gaining upper hand in where the wealth is coming or coming through the community, because I've worked every strategy that I could imagine a dream of. People don't see me as a threat. I'm not a threat, so it's not me. I'm not in competition with them, but they still don't trust. They don't trust that they're going to get their full measure of full share because the share they're looking for is one that's not promised to them. And it's a share of power and greed for wealth and power and control. That's the devil. That's the devil. And a lot of people won't admit it to themselves, but it's the leadership and the members all together. It's not just, it's a sickness that creeped into our community. And it might not just be in our community, it's in a lot of communities, but it's in ours worse than any other community that I've found, where it's too much envy and jealousy and competition and envy and jealousy of material things, not envy of popularity or how much of love a person gets. They would care less. All people care. The problem is materialism. That's what I honestly believe, that what divides us most is people that are looking for power and authority. I think we even have people that their motivation to learn Arabic is not so that they can spread the word of God and his mercy and love that they find in the Quran, but so that they can possess some power. If I have the book, then I'm essentially walk the Quran. They have to come to me and bow to me. That's why a lot of people speak so much Arabic and know they speaking to people that can't understand a word of what they saying. It's a psychology that they use, and they use it in the Christian too. I hear them reciting all of that Greek, and you ask one person to raise their hand up in the church, did they understand a word of what they just said? And I doubt that you find one from the congregation. And we're pretty much like that. So when we're teaching each other, some people teach for power, and that's the Satan himself, that he wants to be God. He wants to show God that he's an authority over man, not your brother. And the prophet said that the best thing you could refer to him as is your brother. I'm not quoting that exactly right, but he said, as far as titles, brother was the best title for him, and he's the messenger of Allah. So we shouldn't be looking for undue power or control over people. It's a sickness, it's a disease. We should pray for Allah to cure us and to heal us of that. We should love our brother as we love ourselves and want the best for him, as we should also want the best for ourselves. A lot of people don't want the best for themselves. They think that they have to go after materialism. When I tell people all the time, you believe me or not, I'm not just saying it because it sounds clever, that money is a byproduct of service. if you perform a service in sincerity and it's something that people need and that you can help a person, that if a person doesn't have money, they'll offer you food or some type of service in return. And you build that, you grow from that. And I can almost promise you, I'll be willing to, I don't bet, we don't gamble, but I can almost promise you that that's the beginning of a successful business. And that if you feed on the success of that effort that you put forth, that you'll be in business. You'll be in business with whatever service that you provide. Because as a species, a human being, we're social creatures. And we get along best and we progress best as social creatures, that we can never provide all the needs that we need for ourselves alone. Like they say, no man is an island, you to yourself, that you need other people and you need the resources and you need the support of others to see your fulfillment in life and your potential. So, like if I want to be a good farmer or have good house plants, I need Brother Luzon. And if Brother Luzon can help me in ways that I couldn't do for myself, I would be pretty selfish not to share something that I might have that he might need. And the quickest thing you could do for his time and his effort is pay him a couple of dollars or whatever he charges for his product. He's got an organic, natural product that he puts out. I'm not going to promote it today because he didn't come out and promote it. I'm going to let him do that. But I'm not trying to say that for that reason. I'm trying to say it for the reason of money. I can prove it to you. All you have to do is try it. It's a byproduct of service. If you love your community and love your people, the more love you have in your heart for people and the well-being of your people, the more opportunities you have to serve and the more opportunities you have to grow wealthy. That's how Allah created his nature, that he created us for progress and for wealth. And all you have to do is care enough to want to share some of your talents or to do good for your society, and you'll become wealthy for the sake of Allah, not for the sake of money. So we're going after the wrong thing. I used to tell my son, I just told him that this morning. I said, not about wealth. I said, fasting is kind of odd. Like when you don't do nothing, you sit still and lay around, you get hungry. You start thinking about food, you get hungry, you get thirsty. I said, but you busy yourself all day, you don't get hungry. I don't know why, it's the opposite. But if your body, when you're not busy, your body thinks you're starving it. And that's the miracle of Ramadan, that if you're thin and you need to put on weight, you've been sick and the doctor's telling you, hey, you need to put on a few pounds, fast, don't eat. And then at the end of the day, you're going to be so hungry that you might not even want to look at a cheeseburger. You eat the whole cheeseburger, the large drink and the French fry. You get all the fat you need for that day. But you have to become hungry first. If you're not hungry, you're not going to eat. And the same thing for a person that wants to lose weight. If they listen to their body and when they're fasting during the Ramadan and you stop eating when you're full, as the weeks pass during Ramadan, your stomach shrinks a little bit more, and then you get full a little bit quicker. It shrinks a little bit more, you get full a little bit quicker. Then before you know it, you might be eating one meal a day. You'll eat at iftar, and when you wake up in the morning for Fajr, you might not eat. You might eat a date, drink a cup of water or a glass of milk, and that's all the food you needed. And then by the end of Ramadan, you lose weight. The Quran was revealed for humanity, and the vessel that Allah blessed us with was a human being just like us. And Muhammad the Prophet said, "I'm a mortal human being just like you." So what he gave us was the best of our own nature, and it was best for us. That's why our form of prayer, I'm pretty sure that our form of prayer, that if Prophet Muhammad was doing it for the sake of satisfying what would be logistically or what's the other word, scientifically, the better form of prayer, we might not have the form of prayer we had. But the prayer we had was the nature of the human being. And the nature of the human being is exemplified, the best of the human nature is exemplified in Muhammad the Prophet, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And that nature can also be found in the woman. But because of the physiology of the woman, you can't have the woman in front of the man going through those motions which depict the history of humanity from the beginning up until for the rise and fall of humanity. There's so much in our prayer that can be seen in the respect for not just the life of the individual, but the life of the whole humanity in our prayer. And our prayer is just such a beautiful prayer. And it couldn't be denied it's for all people, even the small child, the elderly, the oldest person, that our prayer is such a beautiful form of worship that it can't be denied. And like I said earlier, that our prayer is also the only way to really know that I'm a Muslim. That although it's popular for a Muslim to dress in some ways and to wear a head covering, a scarf, but a lot of people wear head coverings. And you see a person with a head covering, there's no head covering that's not permissible for Muslims to wear when they make their prayer. So that's not it. We don't have a symbol, although they say that they sometimes show like the Turkish flag or other Islamic countries have the beautiful crescent with the star in it, the crescent and the star, but that's not for Islam. There are no symbols that depict as being a symbol exclusively for Islam. No particular artwork. There are no birds. There are no beautiful animals or creatures of the earth that can identify. There are no doves or anything like that. There are nothing in the heavens, no celestial bodies that you can identify, not the sun, not the moon, not any particular star. None of that can be identified as a symbol for Islam. The only symbol for our religion, for Islam, is our form of prayer that we learned first or saw first from Muhammad the Prophet, to whom the Holy Quran was revealed, So, we have much to be grateful for and much to be thankful for today. And I'm going to cut it because, and if nobody has any questions, Imam Elam, we can close out. And I don't think we're going to do questions. Maybe after Imam Elam close out, but I think we're gonna shut it down and let some of us that need to get back to our lives. We'll get back to our lives. So, yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, Assalamu alaikum. I just wanted to, I would be remiss if I do not make a final announcement regarding the Mosque Cares Ramadan fundraiser campaign. I know out in the Midwest, you have 41 minutes remaining before Ramadan completes. So I spoke with the imam at the masjid I was attending during the month of Ramadan. And I asked, if someone wants to make a donation towards the campaign, can we make our intentions and then pay it after Ramadan? Will it still count under those extra blessings? Because as we know, there are an abundant amount of blessings that we receive during the month of Ramadan, especially when we are given in charity and when we're charitable. And he said yes, right? Because it's all about the intentions. So I just wanted to let all the believers know that if you were unable to donate during the month of Ramadan, it's in your heart to donate and you want to give whatever the amount it is. We have our $100,000 goal, but it may not be feasible for some. But if you make your intentions before Maghrib to Allah that you're going to donate towards this 2022 Ramadan fundraising goal, that will still count, even if you pay in August or September. So as me and Sister Najma mentioned, that your blessings, your zakat is multiplied 700-fold during the month of Ramadan. So let's maximize all that Allah has given us during this month so that we don't leave, as one of my elders would say, you don't leave anything on the table. Grab all of your blessings that Allah has for you. So I just wanted to just say that to the believers. And also, as we know, sometimes it may not even necessarily be in monetary return. It may be in other areas in which you've been needing Allah's help and Allah's guidance and Allah's support in your life. So we just wanted to just remind you of that again. Just make your intentions tonight. If you haven't, before Margaret, if you haven't done so, that you're going to donate. And then lastly, we just want to remind everyone about Dean Soup newsletter. We have, I just want to see just quickly, like how many people had an opportunity, if you can raise your hand or just unmute yourself, like how many people had an opportunity to read the newsletter? We just want to see who's been reading the newsletter. All right, Imam Elam, thank you. See Imam Muhammad. Okay, Dr. Adrian, wonderful, wonderful. So for those of you who haven't done so, and if you do read, we want you to leave comments, like leave comments on the blog so we know that you're engaging, and also like it's attractive when you got people leaving comments. People are like, oh, this is actually pretty good. Let me see what this is about, because numbers, we want to build the numbers and the buzz. So when you do read, we ask that everyone go to Dean Soup, take time, read, and then leave your comments. And inshallah, I think that's it, Sister Najma. Am I missing anything, Sister Najma, if you're still on? And I just pray, I want to just make a dua for everyone. I'm not going to close out. Imam Edom's going to close out, but I just want to say, I pray that everyone prayers were answered during the month of Ramadan. I pray that all that is good that we receive is that is received in this life and the next. I pray that everyone's family is being guided, and Allah is protecting your family and whatever it is that you were struggling with during this month, that it's been healed, and that we all leave this month of Ramadan fortified, with our faith strengthened, with our trust strengthened, and that we're just ready to go. Ameen. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam. You did put something out. We're dealing with a unique group, this community. I don't know if you all noticed or not, but the Mosque Cares was not promoted in a full page of the Muslim Journal. It was put in a small corner of the Muslim Journal a couple of months earlier. And I don't know, it's because I asked. I don't know. You all, we have to pray for each other and pray for our unity. And I don't know why they didn't put our Ramadan session that Imam Muhammad started. They asked our permission to put Imam Muhammad, when he passed away, his article back in the Muslim Journal. And I personally took out of my stock off of the shelves over every title that I could find that I thought they may have missed during the time when Imam Muhammad, before he passed. Imam Muhammad passed away with his article out of the Muslim Journal. He pulled it from the Muslim Journal because whatever reasons he had, because it's his intellectual property, and he pulled out. Maybe he thought that there would become a day where they wouldn't give us equal respect as we give them. And I'm not saying this to gripe, but I'm saying this to make a statement or a point that if there's any bad feelings towards the ministry, that's a one-way street. We have no bad feelings towards the Muslim Journal. We love the Muslim Journal. We love its staff. We know all of the staff members there, all of the believers here that support the Muslim Journal, love the Muslim Journal, and we pray for them. And we support them. We buy the Muslim Journal. I remember as a little boy, I was much like Imam that said that he sold papers with his father. He learned to sell papers. Now, I didn't sell. Yes, I did. I did go on some paper sales with cousins of mine. But I remember riding in the car with my father. He would ride all over the neighborhood. He had a few select people that he knew were, I guess, accepting of our publication, which was the Muslim Journal, and still is the Muslim Journal. And he would put it in their mailbox, and I remember sharing that experience. And so on that note, Dean Soup, don't listen to the whispers of Satan, is not a competition. Is TikTok a competition with the Muslim Journal? I don't hear nobody complaining about us going to TikTok and what's the other social media y'all like? Watching Jeopardy on television. I'm like, we can go to all other walks or works, but as soon as we try to make an effort to do any good that's going to benefit the community, then someone says, oh, they're just competing with you. I tell people all the time, you know, do what you please. But if you know Imam Muhammad established something for unity, it should remain for unity. He didn't establish the Muslim Journal. Yes, he did, because when he inherited the Muhammad Speaks, he established it as Islamic publications to serve the community that now identified with Muhammad the Prophet and our book, the revelation of the Holy Quran, the book, our book, the Muslim book, and he dedicated to the strict rule of Islam, Islamic publications. It became an Islamic publication, and so please, people, let's grow up. Let's stop being so petty, so small-minded, and so selfish, because you influence people that could be doing better, and we could be doing much better and making much more progress. Sister Tahira, I've seen sisters like her and brothers like her over the past 30 years, mainly the years when my father was alive. Since he passed, I haven't seen as much, but I've seen people come with good energy, good effort, and these enemies of our community, they find a way to defeat their energies, and they come and they go. And it's almost as if they know that that they have the ability to do it. So they do brazen things like not put the Ramadan session in the Muslim Journal, you know. Bold, I guess, as to say, the nerve of you to ask us to do something. That's Satan. So I don't know which or who it is or what the spirit is at the Muslim Journal, but I ask you to come away from that spirit, because it was the leadership of members of the leader, who happens to be my grandfather, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, who made the paper popular. And the evolution of the paper was done by Imam Warithuddin Muhammad, my father. Now I know some of the people that associate with the Muslim Journal may have been angry with him before he passed, but nonetheless, the paper was his paper. It was a paper that was popular because he gave it his support. It lost its popularity, and I opened the door at the request of the editor to have his intellectual property put back in the paper when he passed. And I still believe that the support of Imam W.D. Muhammad, if his picture was on the front page, a good picture, not an ugly picture or a bad picture, was on the front page the same way the Honorable Elijah Muhammad picture was, that you'll find a great orator like the Minister Louis Farrakhan picking up his image and trying to lead our people into a better way of life and a better way and closer towards true faith, and the same way they did the image of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. I think it's just good business to support the ministry of Imam W.D. Muhammad, and you won't have to ask for charity. You'll be selling newspapers. That's my opinion, and I know there's some people right now that don't agree with me, and you don't have to agree with me. But I believe that the Mosque Cares has done a lot of good. We continue to do good, and people love us and they want to hear from us. And our paper should at least have some consideration for the work that Imam Muhammad, the legacy and the work that my grandfather, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, Imam W.D. Muhammad, has done and that I'm doing now. Thank you. Imam Elam, we can close out on that note. And Ramadan Mubarak, blessed Ramadan, and Eid Saeed Mubarak, happy blessed Eid for those of us. We're going to be looking for the moon tonight, right?
That's right, Brother Imam.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Ar-Rahmanir Rahim. Maliki Yawmiddin. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. Assalamu alaikum.
Wow, alaikum assalam.
Alaikum assalam. Eid Mubarak.
Eid Mubarak.
Eid Mubarak. Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum Ramadan Mubarak.
Ramadan Mubarak. Eid Mubarak.
Eid Mubarak.
Ramadan Mubarak, believers. Alhamdulillah.
Ramadan Mubarak.
Ramadan Mubarak.
Ramadan Mubarak.
Beautiful job, baby. Eid Mubarak, everybody.
Mubarak, Sister Anna and Brother Lazan, Brother Imam.
Yes.
And Brother Adele. All the voices I've heard.
Yes.
To Allah.
Eid Mubarak. Alaikum assalam.
Eid Mubarak. Thank you for everything. Assalamu alaikum. Eid Mubarak.
Alaikum assalam.
We all support mosque as I know I do. Like my Islam.
Ramadan Mubarak. Eid Mubarak.
Eid Mubarak. Ramadan Mubarak. Eid Mubarak.
Oh, Akbar. Life. Allah. Tahir, you're doing a beautiful job, my sister. Excellent.
Yes, she is. Yes, she is. I wish I had that drive. She got it.
Got it.
She got it.
Just keep encouraging her. She's our nice young sister, so we keep encouraging you, young sister.
All right.
Yes.
And she got every I dotted, every T's crossed. She's got all her stuff together.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
This is Daya Akbar in Atlanta, Georgia. I'm here.
No, that's Imani. Imani, sister Imani. I need to get a ticket from you, sister.
A picture of me of what?
Freedom, how you doing?
A ticket for next week. A ticket for next
My
week.
new number. Steve told me that you got
Sister Rahima say you sell a ticket.
Oh, so it's for the program for Mother's Day?
Tonight.
I guess it is Mother's Day next. I didn't know what Mother's Day was, but it's next week, next on the 8th.
Yes, sir. All right.
Okay.
You're welcome. Peace out, Freedom.
I'll call you.
Alhamdulillah.
Inshallah. I'll call you.
All right. Alhamdulillah.